going to be a great game. I'm now joined by Gabriel Fiedler, and Gabriel, normally this is where we would go for some questions and analysis, but as our starting pitcher Vassilotti is getting ready, can you please give us the Great Britain lineup?
I certainly can. You can see the graphic on your screen for the moment. Leading off is Mariners super prospect, the catcher, Harry Ford. Batting second, the shortstop, Nick Ward. Batting third, the second baseman, Aaron Singh. Batting fourth, the right fielder, Ben Lead. Following him is the designated hitter, Shamoy Christopher. The first baseman, Julian Sanders. The third baseman, Michael Flaherty. The left field, Kennard Dawson. And finally, the center fielder, Ray Mercer. Warming up for GB in anticipation of the start is Fred Mosier, while Italy counters with Michele Vassalotti.
Thank you so much, Gabriel. It is, as mentioned, a beautiful day. It is sunny, clear conditions. The sun will set during tonight's game. 23 degrees Celsius. That is a balmy 75 degrees. A little bit humid today, but a lovely day for baseball in Europe. And that gives me a perfect opportunity to introduce Ryan Johnson, our local guide here in Třebíč. Ryan, you've watched a number of the games here. Třebíč has been a wonderful host city, but this, without a doubt, is the marquee matchup of the pool.
Yeah, this is a game that I've been pumping up to the whole city. Anyone who's willing to hear me talk, I'm saying, hey, Tuesday night, 17:30, come see this game. And it was made even more interesting by Sweden taking yesterday's game, and with Italy's back kind of against the wall here, and Great Britain not wanting to lose that first seed, it's going to be an electric game, and I am fired up.
Thanks, Ryan. We'll come to you and Gabriel throughout the game. This is going to be an excellent one as Harry Ford steps in from the right side. Vassilotti comes to the set position here. He kicks and delivers. We are underway as the first pitch misses low and outside. First pitch coming at 5:36 p.m. local time. Thank you so much for joining us here on BaseballEurope.tv. 1-0 the count. Vassilotti, a tall right-hander. He delivers, and that will be strike one. Home plate umpire for today's game is Vladimir Richter. Over at first base is Alex Lazaro, and Sergei Bolili is over at third base. Vassilotti deals. 1-1, swung on and missed. Actually, that will be strike three, as all three of those pitches counted for a strike. And Harry Ford goes down on three pitches to start this one off.
First strikeout of the tournament for Ford. And Ryan, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, it's great to see a pitcher going right after Harry Ford, even with all of his accolades. Here's good morning, good afternoon, good night. Start the game.
So that will bring Nick Ward to the plate. Ward has been a firecracker at the top of the lineup for Great Britain. He had the inside the park home run yesterday against Hungary as the first pitch misses high, ball one. Yesterday, Great Britain scoring 22 runs on just 9 hits against Hungary in a 5-inning game. That game 5 innings due to the mercy rule. Hungary putting up quite a fight today, though, against Sweden in an excellent game. You would have seen that earlier today with as this one's hit out towards right field and gone! A home run for Nick Ward. Off the bat, it looked like it might hook foul, but he just gets it inside the pole, and it's 1-0 Great Britain. What a start for GB.
Oh, a guy who's hitting 400 in the lineup, a first inning bomb. We'll see if that ends up being the deciding factor in this game, but that's exciting. Wow.
That is a huge home run for Great Britain as he pulled that right over the right field fence just above the Euro baseball logo, and it's 1-0 GB.
Second home run in 2 days for Nick Ward, but the first one out of the park. And after 2 days of no home runs at all, this day 3, as I'll tell you more about in a moment, has been much more power heavy.
First pitch to Aaron Singh misses down low.
Earlier today, Graham Luter of the Hungarian national team absolutely torched the ball to almost dead center field, roughly 440 feet, and then a home run as well from Leo Bäckström.
1-0. This is hammered down the left field line, hooking foul. But that is some hard contact on 2 of the last 3 pitches that Vassilotti has thrown, as GB is jumping out at everything he's throwing. Vassilotti, long look in. D'Orazio, the catcher, gives him the sign, coming set, and the pitch. This one in the dirt. Count now 2 balls, 1 strike.
Singh thus far is hitless in the tournament. However, that really undersells what he has done. Only over 3, but he's drawn 3 walks and been hit by a pitch.
Vasilati kicks and delivers. This pitch is in for a strike as it nabbed the low inside part of the plate. That'll even the count at 2-2. Defensive alignment for Italy. It is Poma, Selli, and Batista from left to right across the outfield. Garcia, Mercuri over on the left side of the infield as Singh is punched out. That the second strikeout for Vasilati as he was unable to check the swing. They're 2 down.
Great comeback at bat right there from the pitcher, punching a guy out after a solo shot in the first inning.
Vasilati has 6 seasons in the minors in Milwaukee's organization, topping out this year in High A with the Wisconsin Timber Rattlers. 5.13 ERA in a total of 303 innings. 303 punch-outs, almost exactly 1 per inning, but 171 walks as well.
So 2 down, 1 run home. First pitch to Ben Lead is in there for a strike. Lead batting cleanup for the first time. He was on base twice yesterday, scoring a run, and has a sac fly for his lone RBI of the tournament. Vasilati deals, misses outside. 1-1 the count. Right side of the infield is Paolini and Mineo for Italy. And D'Orazio doing the catching for Vasilati, the starter. And Italy can ill afford to fall behind and fall behind by a large margin as they need to do some work. We'll discuss the playoff implications, as it were, as we get further into this game, as Vasilati pumps another strike in there.
The tandem of Vasilati and D'Orazio behind the plate is a minor league one with plenty of experience. D'Orazio, an incredible season this year, really, between High A and Double A in the Arizona organization. Put up great offense, and today makes the 3rd starting catcher for Italy, 3rd different starting catcher.
1-2 pitch, chopped foul. Ben Lead will stay alive. Chamoy Christopher, who's been in the cleanup spot for the last 2 days for Great Britain, has dropped down to the 5 spot. He's the designated hitter here today. He did the catching during the day game yesterday, as Harry Ford did the catching on Sunday evening when Great Britain shut out Sweden 4-0. Vasilati comes set. 1-2 pitch is outside to even the count. Ryan, talk to us a little bit about what your approach would be at the plate. If you've seen a pitcher who clearly has power stuff, has strikeout stuff, but has also left a ball out over the plate early on in this game.
I'm not particularly looking for that one specific pitch down the middle, so to speak. I'm looking for something that he's going to go away with me, though, probably. If I'm a right-handed batter, it's on the outer third of the plate for sure.
2-2 pitch coming in the dirt as it gets a piece of the plate to run the count full.
So when a pitcher keeps throwing and it's slider away, fastball away, and if he's not commanding the inside part of the plate, I'm setting my sights on expecting a ball on the outer half. Not trying to do too much, and I sound like a broken record at this point, but hands inside the ball, try and stay up the middle.
Vasilati with a long look in. Waiting on deck is Christopher. Lead with a slightly open stance in the batter's box. Waits for the pitch. Here it comes, and it is low. Ball 4. Second base runner of the inning for Great Britain. First one by way of the free pass. They had plenty of free passes yesterday in a tough outing for the Hungarian pitching staff, including one inning that saw 6 walks and 3 hit batters.
Yeah, not really in the game plan, not really what you want to hear.
That brings Chamoy Christopher up, switch hitter batting from the left side. Yesterday's contest, he had a single and scored a run. He also walked once and was hit by a pitch. And the first pitch to him is just low and inside for ball 1. Christopher, in the opening day of this tournament, did have a single. Otherwise, a 1-for-4 evening for him. Vasilati checks the runner at first. Lead with a short lead. The pitch is low. So now Christopher with a hitter's count. And Vasilati having to do a lot of extra work here in this first inning. 19 pitches so far as Great Britain is putting the pressure on early. They'll check on the runner lead. He is back a couple steps before the throw gets there, although a nice tag applied by Mineo.
Mineo, the longtime catcher in the Cubs organization, playing first base today. I talked to the Italian side before the game, and they said that Mineo, although ready to go, has a bit of a sore shoulder, which is making it hard for him to do catching.
2-0 pitch. Swinging away is Christopher, and he'll sky this one out towards left field. It will hook foul and out of play. Right into the sunset here in Trebich, which is off to our left from broadcast position. So that's the west, facing to the north. A beautiful little area here where the Trebich Nuclears play. 2-1. Vasilati delivers, and this is chopped foul to even the count. A little bit of a slower swing there from Christopher as he got a piece to stay alive.
He just found himself recognizing changeup there. Great execution. 2-1 changeup down and away to get him swinging to even up the count.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 out. Runner at first lead, being held on by Mineo. He'll take an extra step with his lead. Vasilati, a long wait. Now he kicks and delivers, and that pitch is just low to run the count full. Back-to-back full counts, and so far 23 pitches in the inning. And this is not the start that Italy wanted. Yes, they've only allowed the 1 run on the home run. And that can be a bit of a fluke, but this type of pitch count could spell trouble not just for this game, but as they go on through the tournament if they have to use multiple pitchers. Lead takes his lead off first. Now he's running. Payoff pitch hits Chamoy Christopher in the ankle.
And to go off of another point that you were saying there, Chris, it's a whole other ballgame when we're talking about what the defense has been doing this entire time too, right? Like they're anxious to go hit themselves, and they're still sitting, waiting, watching, waiting, and then this happens, extending the inning yet again.
So now with 2 on and 2 out, Great Britain with a chance to put up some insurance at this stage, and every run scored by Great Britain will help their chances to take this top seed. A win will give them the top seed in Pool B. As Vasilati deals, this is skied out towards center field. In comes Celli. He will make the catch to retire the side. Great Britain leaves 2 on, but Nick Ward with a home run. And after half an inning of play, Great Britain won. Italy coming up here on BaseballEurope.tv.
Sportovní lezení prověří každý sval. Udrží Adam Ondra formu?
Poslouchej Sport.
Radiožurnál Sport.
Inning, Great Britain with a 1-0 lead as Freddie Mosier will take the hill for Great Britain. He'll face Paolini, Poma, and Garcia to start things off here. And he will already have a 1-0 lead thanks to the Nick Ward home run. Thanks for joining us here on a gorgeous afternoon and evening in Trebich. Chris Knobloch alongside Gabriel Fiddler and Ryan Johnson as Mosier finishes up his warm-up tosses. We'll give you the defensive alignment here for Great Britain. From left to right across the outfield, Kennard Dawson in left, Ray Mercer in center. Ben Lead is over in right. Around the horn starting at third base, Michael Flaherty at third. Over at shortstop, Nick Ward. Aaron Singh is at second with Julian Sanders at first. Harry Ford does the catching for Middlebury's own Freddie Mosier. As stepping into the box is Ricardo Paolini. Mosier will use the full windup, and he delivers. First pitch, misses inside, ball one. And Gabriel will give you the rest of the Italian lineup now.
So leading off, as Chris has said, second baseman Ricardo Paolini, then left fielder Sebastiano Poma, followed by third baseman Robel Garcia. Cleanup hitter is the center fielder Federico Celli, and the fifth hole hitter, first baseman Alberto Mineo. DH Vito Friscia behind that, and I'll return for those final three after this foul ball to Harry Ford. Apologies to Paolini. I was looking at the wrong side of my list despite reading it. So carrying on at number 7 is the catcher Javier Dorazio, the shortstop Matteo Mercuri, and the right fielder Nathaniel Batista.
Third pitch of the at-bat, I believe just missed. And indeed it did. 2 balls and 1 strike to the count. Paolini, a left-handed hitter. Straight up stance. Mosier kicks and delivers. This is grounded back up the middle. Over to play it is Ward. He's got it. Fires over to first, and he's just late. A spectacular effort by Nick Ward, but the throw was just a hair behind the runner Paolini, and that will be an infield hit as Italy gets their first base runner of the day.
Yeah, look at Paolini flying down the line right there. Love to see it out of your leadoff guy with some speed. Good start for Italy to get that first runner on.
And we've kind of mentioned this in a vacuum, that Italy is in a bit of a backs-against-the-wall situation. They did win their first game against Hungary by a 15-2 score, although it is of note that they scored the least amount of runs against Hungary of everyone in Pool B. Sweden putting up 17 today. Great Britain with 22 yesterday. We'll get back to that in a second. Mosier delivers. First pitch. This is outside, ball one. But Italy's loss yesterday to Sweden was a shock. So far, one of the biggest upsets of the tournament, with the possible exception of Switzerland's win. Switzerland, the lowest ranked team in the entire tournament. But now Italy finds itself in a very unusual position. This is one of the 4 teams that has won gold, as that pitch misses outside 2-0. One of the 4 teams in European baseball history dating back to 1952 that has won the tournament is Italy. And if they are unable to advance to the quarterfinals, the best they can finish is 9th. That would be a stunning drop-off for a team that finished 3rd and hosted just 2 years ago. 3-0 the count as Mosier misses again.
That concern is reflected in the Italian lineup, which is completely revised. The leadoff hitter from the previous 2 days, Nathaniel Batista, now batting 9. Ricardo Paolini moved up from 2-1. Sebastiano Poma moved up from 7-2. And throughout the lineup, multiple changes like that.
Mosier pumps in a strike. Poma was taking that all the way. So in this situation, and this is the part where we have to caveat the next little section of what we say. If Great Britain wins, they are top of the pool, and Great Britain and Sweden will advance. If Italy wins, as Poma draws a walk here, so there will be 2 runners on with nobody out, then it will go to the second tiebreaker. Gabriel, can you give us a little bit of an overview of what that tiebreaker is?
The official phrase that is used is total quality balance. Read that instead of the complicated TQB, as we will refer to it. Instead, what it is essentially is run differential. It's runs allowed divided by innings, divided by runs allowed, runs scored. Apologies, let me start over. Runs scored divided by innings, divided by runs allowed divided by innings. So really it's just the standard runs scored and allowed plus minus, but it reflects that teams play a different number of offensive and defensive innings.
Think of it as an average of runs scored per inning minus the average of runs allowed per inning. That's kind of a rough way to describe it. According to our calculations, which are unofficial, as this is popped foul and out of play, and this is as unofficial as it can be, Italy would need to beat Great Britain by 5 or more runs in order for that TQB to be higher than Sweden's, or excuse me, then higher than Great Britain's. So that would be very interesting, as if Italy wins, 3 teams in Pool B will be 2-1, and the TQB will come into play. We will keep an eye on that throughout this game. Of course, Great Britain doesn't need to worry about the TQB. They just need to worry about winning, and that has been their sole focus today, as the count now 1-1 to Garcia.
It is worth noting that unofficially, a contact of mine in the Italian organization has the exact same number as Chris does. So both teams are apparently working towards unofficially the same number.
And just on that, my calculation does not represent that of the Great Britain team. It represents my admittedly shoddy math. So, with that caveat out of the way, 1 ball, 2 strikes, Mosier comes to the set position, a short lead off second for Paolini. He's being shadowed by Ward. The pitch to the plate, breaking ball, and swinging through it is Garcia. No, he got a piece of it. And count now remains 1-2.
Garcia 0 for his first 6 in the tournament, and then his last 2 at-bats yesterday absolutely exploded. A triple and a double, however, both times stranded.
Paolini, the runner, at second, a very short lead. Nick Ward right behind him. Over at first base is Poma, as this pitch, well, I believe that got a piece of Garcia. Looked down at the exact wrong moment. And indeed it did. So that will load the bases. So a single, a walk, and a hit batter. And the bases are loaded for Italy with nobody out in the first. They do trail 1-0.
And luckily, I mean, Great Britain had that first run in that first inning. It kind of gives you a little bit of a cushion, or at least makes you think, okay, we're scoring today, which is a nicer feeling, but not a great look here for the Great Britain starter.
Action in the Great Britain bullpen, as they are going to play this like a playoff game as well. Ethan Solomon, who threw 4 2/3 innings of scoreless relief against the Netherlands in the last European Championship, in that quarterfinal game, is getting loose. This is skied out towards right center field, lead over to his right. He has it no, he drops it onto the warning track. 1 run will score. A second run is coming around. Third run is cut down at the plate, as running through the stop sign was Robel Garcia, but Italy takes a 2-1 lead, as Ben Lead was unable to hang on to that one. He got a decent-looking jump, but it kept moving on him, and eventually glanced off his glove, hit the warning track, and rolled all the way to the wall. And that will be an E9.
Golly, I could love a good relay. You know, something from the far point of the fence right there. Man, those look so great.
That is the second run at home that's been cut down by Great Britain, one of the specialties of this team, as Robel Garcia cut down. Up to second base on the error and throw is Celli, but 2 runs across for Italy, and now 2 down in the inning. Excuse me, 1 down in the inning. First pitch in there to Mineo for a strike. Another left-handed hitter in this Italian lineup. Much more left-handed heavy than certainly Great Britain is. Great Britain with only 2 natural left-handed batters. One Nick Ward, the other a very Italian name for Anthony Buenanuto from Toronto, Ontario.
Mineo is only in his second game. He's just had 2 at-bats, 0 for 1 with a walk thus far. But this is, make no mistake, the heart and soul of this Italian team, which has really changed a lot in the last 2 years or so.
Mineo waits for the pitch. This is high, 2-1. He was signed by Atlanta, played rookie and summer ball. That was a few years back. 12 seasons. Oh, sorry, excuse me. I'm reading the wrong notes. He was signed by Chicago, played 5 seasons there, reached high A. Then with Toronto, he reached AAA Buffalo in 2019. Now he plays for Parma Clima of the Serie A, and he sends a one-hopper over to Aaron Singh. He'll fire it to Nick Ward, who flips to Sanders to turn the double play and retire the side. But Italy gets 2 runs back, and after one full inning of work, it is Italy 2, Great Britain 1 here on BaseballEurope.tv.
Na jednom místě. eSport.cz, sponzor pořadu.
Tisíc sdílených aut Car for Way k půjčení v ulicích Prahy a Brna. Stačí ti k tomu jenom mobil. To je Car for Way Car Sharing. Sponzor pořadu.
Here, top half of the second inning, 1-1 the score. Apologies for a little bit of confusion on that bang-bang play at home, as Poma was the one who was called out at the plate. So this is a tie game, 1-1, as Great Britain bats here in the top half of the second. It will be Flaherty leading things off. Flaherty, Dawson, and Mercer due up. Vasilotti's first pitch is in there for a strike. Michael Flaherty, in his 3rd senior game, had a 2-run single in yesterday's contest, scored a pair of runs as well. And he takes a big swing and gets the foul tip, but it's right into the mitt of Diorazo, and the count is 0-2.
Flaherty, having a fantastic tournament, has walked a total of 4 times, drawn a hit by pitch as well. Four walks, dropped down a sacrifice bunt as well. 1 for 3 officially, but reaching base at a consistent pace.
1 ball, 2 strikes now the count. Coming to the set, Vasilotti. He kicks and delivers. Breaking ball is in there for a called 3rd strike. Flaherty knew it, and that will be the 3rd strikeout for Vasilotti.
You're gonna hope you gotta hope that the bench of the Great Britain team is gonna be pretty fired up here to get back out in the plate, considering it's a bases loaded, no out jam that they were in right there, and only getting 1 across.
Absolutely, and especially with the pressure that Italy applied in their half. Vasilotti now delivering to Dawson. First pitch is fouled back at the plate. Kennard, a speedy outfielder. In yesterday's contest, he singled and scored in the second, and then was replaced by Jackson Pritchard, as that pitch driven in there for strike 2 on a good slider.
In total, he's 2 for 6 in the tournament.
Vasilati working deliberately, but not necessarily slowly. He kicks and delivers the 0-2. Swung on and missed, ball in the dirt. D'Orazio comes up, fires to first, and that will be the 4th strikeout for Vasilati through the first inning and 2/3.
Looks like Vasilati's cleaned it up a little bit for the second go round here. Looking a lot more calm in there. Pitches are a lot more in the zone. I think he just had to get a feel for the umpire's strike zone, how tight it was in the beginning.
So that brings Ray Mercer to the plate. Mercer, one of the few GB starters to play the whole game yesterday, scored 3 runs. 3 of the 22 that Great Britain pushed across against Hungary. He will take a first pitch strike just over the outside corner. Well spotted by Vasilati.
In total, Mercer 1 for 4. He's drawn 2 walks, 3 walks even. Scored 4 times.
This is swung on and missed. And Mercer quickly down in the count, 0-2. Vasilati really settling things down after a tough first inning. Vasilati kicks and delivers the 0-2. This is outside. Mercer thought about it, but wisely pulling the bat back. Sun starting to set now. Create some long shadows coming from left to right across the field as they're just now creeping up to the third base line. 1-2 pitch coming. And that breaking ball breaks a little bit too much to even the count at 2. A good at-bat here by Ray Mercer, one of the younger members of this GB team, to work the count back even. If Mercer can get aboard, Harry Ford waits on deck. Great Britain would love to get Harry up with runners on. 2-2 pitch, fouled back into the GB dugout, and Mercer broke his bat. So he'll need a new one.
It looked like a pretty defensive swing out of Mercer right there. I think he was sitting off speed and realized that thing was right down Broadway.
2-2 challenge pitch there by Vasilati, if anything. And Mercer able to stay alive. Bit of a veteran piece of hitting for a young outfielder on a pitch that he really couldn't have done much with had he made solid contact.
Vasilati had a bit of an interesting season this year for the Timber Rattlers. Only 22 years old, so he's a little bit young for High A Midwest League. In many ways struggled. 6.75 ERA and 32 walks in 34 2/3 innings, almost a walk per inning. But he struck out 42, and he was pretty hard to hit for loud contact. Gave up 3 home runs, below average in the league.
2-2 pitch misses inside as Mercer able to get out of the way of that one. One more quick correction from our first inning. Shmoy Christopher walked, although that ball was quite inside on the 4th ball, so not a hit batter, but a free pass regardless, as that pitch is in there for a called 3rd strike, and Mercer is retired. So Vasilati comes back after allowing the run in the first inning and strikes out the side in order. We played an inning and a half. The score 1-1 between Great Britain and Italy here on BaseballEurope.tv.
Na Shootflixu můžeš jednoduše stavět.
Kraj Vysočina. Každému sportovci na dosah.
Tyhle kluci něco dokázali, já jsem rád, že prostě je budu moct tady sledovat.
My máme svou cestu tady v Evropě, v Česku. Na mistrovství Evropy si s týmem věříme.
Oni v sobě mají tak obrovský talent.
Určitě máme mladý tým, ale zároveň jsou to všichni kluci, kteří mají zkušenosti z Ameriky.
24. září začíná mistrovství Evropy v baseballu v Ostravě a v Brně. Držím palce, přijďte fandit, Honza Železný.
Bottom half of the second inning, 1-1 the score, as Freddie Mosier back on the mound for Great Britain, working around a bit of a jam in the first inning. We'll actually give you a recap of that first inning very quickly, as there was a little bit of confusion on our part, not on yours at home as the listener, because you are always correct, and we are here to help guide you. So, in that first inning, Paolini singled, Poma walked, Garcia was hit by a pitch, as the first pitch here is fouled away by Frisea.
Freesia, despite...
Freesia,
Now, I'm correcting Chris, except Chris is perfectly pronouncing what the lineup card that was handed to us reads. It says Freesia, but it is Freesia. It is clearly an E on the lineup card. Every day, I only just happen to know it's the C.
Mosier working through the windup. He kicks and deals. And well framed by Harry Ford. That is strike two.
Those some quick hands right there.
Very, very quick by Ford. I think he may have stolen a strike there. Nothing into the count. Mosier winds, kicks, and delivers. Pitch misses outside. Ball one. Chelly was the one who singled to right field, although we are pretty sure that will be an error, E9, as it hit off the glove of Ben Lead. Paolini scored. Poma was the one cut down at the plate, as up to second base was Garcia, and then Mineo hit into the double play. This one is lined out towards left field. That gets down for a base hit. Rounding first is Freesia, and he will retreat, but that is another leadoff hit for Italy.
A great piece of hitting right there from Freesia. Seeing those two sliders away, he took the last one, then seeing an up and in fastball with a bit of two-seam run, and then just driving that in left field. Great piece of hitting.
This Italian lineup has quite a bit of talent when it comes to affiliated players, professional players. One of the more stacked lineups in this tournament, which is why yesterday's loss to Sweden was so shocking. Not only that, but Sweden kept them off the board for the first 7 innings. As first pitch misses inside, ball one. Yesterday's starter for Sweden was Peter Scores, and scores through 132 pitches. And by some estimation, 20 were fastballs. And that might be generous.
I spoke to his catcher, as that pull is fouled off over to the right, Leo Beckström, over the game, and he said that Schur's plan is throw everything about 70% so he can go the entire length of the game, and if you don't throw any fastballs, you don't use any energy.
Whatever it was, it worked. It was an impressive display of, curveballs and off-speed pitches.
Yes, his curve and change was unstoppable combination. Truly impressive.
Yeah, the way he was mixing those pitches up was amazing. First pitch curveball, and then next pitch split change. It was masterful, actually.
1-2 the count now to Javier Derazio. And he swings and just gets a piece. So foul tip, and he stays alive. That hit right off the plate.
Derazio, as I mentioned earlier, really nice season in the Arizona system. 276 average, 422 as a 21-year-old catcher. Really quite impressive.
We are also watching games around the European Championship, particularly the Czech-Spain game. I'll give you the update on that one. It is scoreless in the bottom half of the second. And Gabriel, in a moment, will give you the updates from the rest of the championship, including the early games. But first, Mosier has a 2-2 pitch to contend with. He kicks and delivers. This is skied out towards right field. Ben Lead over to his left. He will make the catch, and that will be the first out of the inning.
Earlier in the day, 2 blowouts and 2 pretty close games. It was, of course, Sweden triumphing over Hungary 17-7 in 8 innings. France beating Ukraine 10-0 in 7 innings. Israel had surprising amount of trouble with Belgium, only defeating the Belgians 11-8. But this shows the quality that Belgium has historically shown in the past, even if currently 0-3. And then Greece upset Austria, a 15-point ranking difference, 11-6. More on the current action in a moment.
First pitch, a breaking ball into Mercury, and that will be ball one.
Ryan, I know, has been particularly impressed with Mathieu Mercuri, who's just done a lot to put the ball in play, get on base, low in the lineup.
This one sent out towards right field. It will roll all the way to the wall. Over to get it is Lead. Headed for third base and being held up is Frisia. The throw is wild, but Nick Ward over to cover and prevent the run from scoring. That is a double for Mercury. And with one down, Italy has two runners in scoring position as Connor Brooks will come out from the dugout to visit Mosier.
Yeah, as Mercuri's been doing all tournament so far, just putting together good at-bats and swinging at the right pitches. That's another barrel from him for sure. And, I mean, he's walked a bunch, I believe, as well, but just consistency out of him, especially in the 8 spot. You know, I think you're asking for more than enough guy down there. Very sneaky position to have him as an 8-hitter.
Ethan Solomon again throwing in the GB bullpen, and he has a very interesting repertoire. 43 years old, former Emory college player. In fact, won the College World Series with Emory back in 2000, and he is a side armor. So, very good against right-handed and left-handed bats. He will, as he works the inside part of the plate, we'll see if he becomes necessary in this game. But he is warming with urgency at the moment, as the shadows have now started to envelop home plate.
And while we return to action, quick updates on the other two games not mentioned currently in play. Germany jumping to a huge 5-0 lead, still batting in the second inning against Switzerland, who has looked very impressive. Meanwhile, the Netherlands up 5-1 over Croatia.
This is chopped towards third. Flaherty has it in the rundown. He fires to Ford. Ford applies the tag, and they get the runner trying to score from third. A very good defensive play by Great Britain, and that is what they're going to need to do in order to keep this game a close one.
That is incredible heads-up baseball by Flaherty at third base there, just to think, okay, we're not going to get that out. We need to get that runner at the plate. We can save a run just by playing fundamental baseball. Throwing it to Harry Ford behind the plate. He knows how to handle it.
It was just an excellent play as Drew Spencer comes out now, and that will be the day for Freddie Mosier. So, as mentioned, this is a equivalent, a playoff game, and that we are seeing the managers manage for that expectation. We'll keep things here during this break as in comes Ethan Solomon. As mentioned, he has a fascinating history. His most recent team was in a Boston Adult Recreational League, but he pitched in the 2021 European Championships, and he acquired his Great Britain citizenship by naturalization by living in the United Kingdom for 10 years, acquiring his passport after year 7, and you are allowed to become a citizen of the United Kingdom. Of course, nationality rules here for this tournament. You must be a national of the country that you represent. You must hold a passport, and that's how Solomon became eligible to represent GB. But a College World Series winner, former coach at Emory as well, from 2002 to 2006, and a former London Met as well.
Interesting connection there with Emory because, of course, whilst he was coaching, he coached a recent and long time through multiple youth levels player in top former pitching prospect Rich Brereton, who had a stellar 4-year career at Emory before moving on to Duke as a graduate student or postgraduate in European terms.
So Solomon in the game. Not the hardest thrower of the GB roster, but he is quite tricky. And you'll see him work particularly across the inside of the plate. He comes in after Mosier goes an inning and a third.
In the 2021 European Championship, Solomon tossed 5 2/3 innings of relief, struck out 7, gave up only 3 hits and a walk and 2 earned runs. So that's a 3.18 ERA despite pitching against the tough Russian team, and 1 2/3 scoreless with 3 Ks against Czechia. So really, really impressive performance for him in the last European Championship.
Warm-up toss is done. Solomon is ready. As now the second time through the lineup, will face a completely different pitcher. As Paolini comes to bat, he has scored the only Italian run after singling to lead off the Italian half of the first. Coming set now is Solomon. Runners take their leads off first and third. The first pitch is just low, ball 1.
Do love the pitching change here. Maybe the mentality, second time through the order, and you know it's going to be a lot slower, so it's going to be tough for those Paolini, Palma, and Garcia, whoever the next part of the lineup coming up. That speed change means a lot.
Italy going through a complicated set of signs. I would not be shocked to see the runner at first take off. The 1-0 is just outside for ball 2. Meanwhile, over at third base, Mercury is dancing off the bag as he is trying to cause a distraction.
Batista at first, the normal leadoff hitter for Italy, dropped to shake things up today. So to further Chris's point, plenty of speed there.
2-0. Solomon goes with the inside breaking pitch, but it misses. 3 balls, no strikes.
Love the location of all 3 of those pitches, just barely off, but at the bottom of the zone. That's ground ball territory all day.
3-0 pitch coming, and that is a walk as it just misses the outside corner. So Paolini on for the second time today, and that will load the bases for Sebastian Poma. He walked in his first at-bat. One of the only free pass issued by Freddie Mosier. He did also hit a batter.
Poma is an on-base machine in Serie A and has been in this tournament. He's 3 for 7 with 2 doubles and 3 walks. Moved up as a reward for his strong hitting from the 7 to the 2 hole.
There is stirring now in the Great Britain bullpen again as Chris Messer starts to get loose. Don't expect him in imminently as the first pitch there is over for a strike. Great Britain is not going to take their foot off the, I was about to say gas, but it'd be more appropriate to say petrol.
How about accelerator?
There we go.
Let's not keep throwing all these crazy words around, okay? All right.
Solomon comes set, and time granted to the batter. Poma, born in Parma, has played 13 seasons in Serie A. 30 years old. He's currently with Parma Clima. 11 seasons played in his hometown, either for Parma or Parma Clima, the successor team. As that pitch misses, ball 1.
Just focus on 2 of those numbers. 30 years old, 13 years he's played in Serie A. That says a lot. Serie A is the equivalent of somewhere between single A and double A in quality, but some of the top teams more like a triple A team almost. Lots of Major League and triple A veterans in them. Very
Pitch
impressive.
missing inside there to Poma. 2-1 the count. No, excuse me. One ball, 2 strikes the count, as that was called a strike over the inside part of the plate.
Home plate umpires giving us that delayed strike call. We're seeing ghosts out here right now.
That is exactly what's happened. Multiple times we've paused on a very close pitch because there's no call.
Fouled away, and the count remains 1-2.
Just throwing this out here, but Poma is really taking a long time in between pitches, and I have a feeling I have part of the reason why. He's a left-handed hitter. That sun is setting. It is right in our eyes. It is right in his eyes as well.
You can see it from his face.
Absolutely.
Exactly.
A very good point, Gabriel.
He is wearing sunglasses, but there's only so much sunglasses do.
Breaking ball over the outside corner for a called third strike, as Solomon will get Poma to retire the side. So, Mosier works into a little trouble. Solomon works out of it. And after 2 full innings of play, Italy won, Great Britain won, here on BaseballEurope.tv.
Svého cíle můžete plnit sny i ostatním. Stačí si stáhnout aplikaci App Pomáhej pohybem od skupiny ČES. Česká baseballová asociace srdečně děkuje všem svým partnerům za podporu Eurobaseballu 2023 v České republice.
Top half of the third inning. Vasilati back out on the mound. Harry Ford will lead things off. It'll be the top of the Great Britain lineup. Ford, Ward, and Singh. As second time through the order for Vasilati. 1-1 the score. Both runs coming in the first inning. And while Vasilati settled down to strike out the side in the top half of the second, Great Britain used two pitchers, Mosier and then Solomon in relief, to keep Italy off the board in their half of the second. The sun is a factor here, and I say that after having put my sunglasses on indoors, as it is setting just down the left field line. There is no cloud cover at all today. While it makes for gorgeous scenes, it is going to play a factor here as that first pitch misses inside. It will particularly play a factor for left-handed batters, as Gabriel and Ryan were talking about last inning for Italy. And with Nick Ward waiting on deck, he will have to deal with it at its brightest. Vasilati delivers the 1-0. High and in on the hands. Ball 2.
Harry Ford is not afraid to run a count deep. He's really put in an absolute hitting clinic in terms of how to play all the different pitches. He's had 8 plate appearances. He's walked in 3 of them. He has been hit by a pitch, and he has a pair of 2-run singles.
What we haven't yet seen from Harry Ford is the prolific power. He hit 3 home runs in the qualifier series, 3 games, and he launches this one out towards left field. It is high. It is far. It is gone. Harry Ford goes yard, and it is 2-1 Great Britain.
What's the saying about broadcaster jinxing things? What is it? There's got to be something like that.
I mean, I could not have planned that better if I tried, as Harry Ford crosses the plate here. Just a moonshot by Harry Ford, and the ball has been absolutely flying out of the stadium in Trebech today. Harry Ford got that, and there was no doubt, as Great Britain takes a 2-1 lead.
Love seeing the one of the fans in the stands right here. He's got the Great Britain jersey on and the God Save the King flag wrapped around it right now.
I'm going to give a personal shout out to that because his name is CJ. He's come all the way here from Manchester to represent the Manchester Baseball Club and his own organization, Ministry of Baseball, which covers the fun side of international baseball.
First pitch to Nick Ward is ball 1. Ward with the home run, his last at bat. That was right over the right field wall, just in the corner where the Euro Baseball sign logo is. He sends this one towards the opposite field. It is hooking foul, will take a bounce, and into the stands it goes. So Great Britain starting to flex its muscle a little bit. First 2 games had no home runs that left the park. Of course, Nick Ward had the inside the park shot yesterday. So far in 3 innings, actually 2+ innings today, 2 home runs for GB. Italy is fortunate that they've come from the 1 and 2 hitters in the lineup as Ward sends this straight back up the middle. Diving is the shortstop Mercury, but he can't make it. And Ward will have his second base knock of the day, this time of the single variety.
It's like the sun's not affecting him at all right now. He's seeing a beach ball at the plate.
I can't get them all right, can I?
Chris, go ahead and save those other clutch calls to fire up a batter with, the necessary hit or so forth. Save those for the key spots.
Well, this is a key spot, Gabriel. I would put this entire game in a key spot because Great Britain heading into the quarterfinals as a 1 seed would set up quite a potentially interesting matchup. Depending on the outcome of the Spain-Czech game, and currently Spain has a 4-0 lead over Czechia, Great Britain could be on a collision course for the team that they came back to defeat to qualify for the World Baseball Classic last September. And that, quite possibly, would be the marquee matchup of this quarterfinal.
Hard to argue with a GB Czech matchup or a GB Spain matchup. Lots of intriguing possibilities there.
Pretty special about European Championship where you're getting 3 teams that were all in the qualifier, 2 of them being at the championship. I mean, I love this.
It tells you about the quality of baseball in Europe as Vasilati checks on the run, and the throw gets away from the first baseman Mineo, and up to second base is Nick Ward. That throw looked like it hit Ward right in the curl of the 5 on his uniform in the back and bounced away as Mineo was bringing the glove across to try and get a slightly wide throw and ended up batting it towards the GB dugout.
I can tell you right now from personal experience, the sun also affects how you see the ball from the pitcher too.
And that's a great point, Ryan, because it's a very tough pickoff at the moment. It would be the equivalent of batting with the sun setting in center field.
Oh.
So runner at second now, 1-0, popped up, foul by Singh, and that will even the count at 1.
Interesting point about the number of teams in the World Baseball Classic and the European Baseball Championship brings me back to something that Jim Small, the president of the World Baseball Classic, told the stadium here at Nachwezde last night in the pregame ceremony. I'll tell you more about this after the pitch.
Vasilati checks the runner at second. And the pitch, 1-1, it gets away from Durazio, and up to third base is Nick Ward. 2 pretty unusual defensive miscues for Italy on almost consecutive pitches, and Ward goes from first to third, and Great Britain with a potential insurance run waiting at third base.
So returning to what Jim Small was saying, Jim said that there are 3 European teams at this European Baseball Championship who were in the World Baseball Classic, 5 in total who were part of World Baseball Classic qualifiers, as that is a nice strike low and inside. And he said, and I thought this was the most interesting part, and who knows, there could be more in the next one. So intriguing thought there from Jim. I'm paraphrasing rather than quoting, but 5 teams who have a chance to maybe return, possibly a couple others as well.
Of course, Great Britain will not have to qualify for the 2026 games by virtue of beating Colombia and coming 15th in that tournament. Italy finished 8th in the World Baseball Classic.
Yeah, Czechia doesn't have to qualify again either, not them beating China.
So again, Europe could potentially have 4 teams in the World Baseball Classic in just a couple of years' time. That's pretty impressive for a continent that was not seen as a baseball powerhouse, I would say even 5-6 years ago. It has been a revolution within European baseball. Count has run full to Singh, who's quietly putting together a great at-bat. Vasilati now up over 50 pitches, and there is action in the Italian bullpen.
Yeah, we'd love to see Singh get his first hit of the tourney right here. Great for the vote of confidence.
Singh had a quiet start to the 2021 Euros. It was his 3rd game in which he broke out as that pitch misses inside, ball 4. And now there are runners on the corners. It was the game against Russia in 2021 that Aaron Singh broke out. He then was one of the offensive leaders in multiple categories across the championship in just a few games. So we're going to get a visit to the mound here. And I would love to look down into the bullpen and see who it is, but it is literally looking into the sun.
I'll return then to what the two of you were saying, because there is a guarantee that in the next World Baseball Classic, there will be 4 European teams in there, because the Netherlands and Italy came into it, no need to qualify. Italy advances to the second round. The Netherlands then after that, and then, of course, I'm leaving out Israel, who also was already in there. So there are 5 apologies. There's so many, it's hard to keep track of it. So 5 already in there.
It is a wonderful problem to have when we are starting to run out of fingers and toes as we go through who has qualified and who is automatically qualified for the World Baseball Classic. It's a nice problem to have. And this tournament is really showcasing some of that talent as well. Yes, different eligibility requirements. We will completely say that. But so far, this game has lived up to its billing, I would say, in terms of 2 World Baseball Classic, World Cup level teams. Mound visit over, and Ben Lead steps in, runners on the corners. And the sun is now sinking out of sight, so it will no longer be a factor in this game as it drops behind the indoor batting cages. First pitch is in there for a strike. Lead walked in his first at bat, and he will be looking to atone for that error that led to the first Italian run. Of course, his good relay prevented the second. The 0-1. Breaking ball in there for a strike as it nips the inside part of the plate.
It's Machis Arias warming up in the pen for Italy, a right-handed pitcher, though he has currently disappeared, was warming up only a couple pitches ago.
I have to assume he's ready to go, and this might be the last batter here, unless he induces the double play right here. I can't see him stay in this game much longer. 53 pitches. They've already hit the ball pretty hard 2 times, obviously being the solo home runs, but...
This pitch gets away again from the catcher D'Orazio, and Nick Ward will score! 3-1, Great Britain has the lead, as this Italian team, normally very sure-handed, has effectively allowed Nick Ward to advance from first all the way to score without a single ball being put into play.
Yeah, I mean, you don't expect that from a team like Italy, especially with the one wild pitch and the other pass ball, and then the bad pick to first base. It's just been a strange inning for them so far. I mean, maybe things are just getting to them, giving up 2 solo shots.
1 ball, 2 strikes the count. Over at second base now is Aaron Singh. Vasilati kicks and delivers. Pitch misses low and outside as he tried to get him to chase at a slider. Vasilati hasn't necessarily been bad by any means. He's pitched to 2 very talented players in Harry Ford and Nick Ward, and if you leave a fastball over the plate to them, they will know what to do with it. But apart from that, he really has not run into much trouble. He's thrown a number of pitches, but they've been spotted well. This GB team is just very patient. This is slashed down the first base line, I should say, and into the netting. It was a solid piece of contact by Ben Lead, but late.
It's interesting thinking about broadcasters setting things up and so forth, because what Ryan said after I pointed out Vasilati's numbers is you got to expect there's going to be guys on base and that he's going to put some of the guys on base. Well, there's nothing you can do about Harry Ford unloading a ball, but then a nice single is followed by a walk and then run scores without GB having to do anything other than run.
This pitch misses inside, and that will run the count full. Ben Lead able to work a full count here. And this is where that patience of Great Britain is again showing off. Full counts to Singh and Lead. Singh, of course, walking. Vasilati, a long look in. D'Orazio gives him the sign. Coming set is the Italian pitcher. Singh takes a couple extra steps off second, being shadowed by Paolini. Spinning off the mound is Vasilati, and Singh is back. No Italian infielder covering the bag, as Vasilati more so wanted to collect his thoughts.
Yeah, I like that look back to second base. Last thing you would want here again is another runner at another position. keep him honest over there. Try and stop his feet, but if he's not, you have to purposely stop his feet for him.
This is grounded over towards short. Mercury is up with it. He will fire over to first, and that will retire Ben lead. So Italy able to retire lead on the 58th pitch of Vasilotti's outing. And we will see if Italy opts to make a swap here. So far, no one moving out of their dugout, and indeed they will not, as Chamoy Christopher will stand in. Christopher, left-handed hitter, as mentioned, he was hit by a pitch, walked in the first inning, but it looked like a hit by a pitch. Either way, free pass to first base, and that's where he was stranded. GB leaving 2 on in the first inning. They have capitalized on their base runners here. This is lined hard but foul down the first base line. It will roll all the way to right field, but still out of the play.
I'm trying to think of Italy's mentality with Vasilotti on the mound. You look at what he's done to the bottom of this order. I have to imagine if they didn't go ahead and grab a lead right before that, then they probably would have yanked him. But looking at the bottom part, walk, fly out, punchy, it gives you some confidence. You can leave him out there and he'll get the job done.
The 0-1 swung on and missed. Good fastball from Vasilotti over the outside part of the plate. And Chamoy Christopher swings through it. 0-2 now the count.
I don't think he's in the kind of case to pitch around him right now. I think you have to go right after him to get out of this inning.
Absolutely. The 0-2 swung on and missed, and Vasilotti will get Chamoy Christopher. That is out number 2 in the inning, as Christopher is retired. That the 6th strikeout by Vasilotti in an inning and 2/3. So he's had the strikeout stuff, but it's been 2 balls left over the plate. And I guess the only way to describe it, a litany of errors that have led to the 3 runs. And those errors are the type of differences made between championship teams and teams that don't advance. And it's that level of detail, that level of competitiveness. And this is not to deride the Italians by any means, but those are those little moments that make a huge difference in a week-long European Championships.
GB thus far has really made an impression by executing almost perfectly every single pitch. And the minimum number of mistakes really is the mark of a European Championship team.
In fact, Ben leads error, the first error committed by GB. They've had now 4, maybe 5 errors committed against them, depending on how some of the scoring goes in this game. But still, GB has been very, very tight defensively. Count now 0-1 to Sanders, who flew out to center field in his first at-bat. No action in either bullpen at the moment, as the 0-1 slider misses outside, ball 1.
Julian Sanders having a nice debut tournament. 2 for 6 with a double that came against Hungary. He's driven in a couple runs, and he has yet to strike out while drawing a walk and 2 hit by pitches.
The 1-1 coming inside, very nearly hits Sanders, and that will be a 2-1 count. Vasilotti working inside and outside, very clearly trying to leave the heart of the plate alone. Sanders does have some power. I wouldn't quite say it's at the level of Ford or Ward, but he can connect if he gets a pitch he likes. The 2-1. This is foul back directly at us to even things up at 2-2. You can tell which one of us in the box is an actual player because the other 2 of us flinched. Not to give anything away.
You know, it is nice to see Saunders swinging at that pitch, but I think when it's a 2-1 count, it's better off just to let that thing go than try to adjust to a 2-1 breaking ball if you're not expecting it.
2-2 the count. Runner at second, 2 down, 2 runs home for Great Britain. Vasilotti, a long pause. He looks twice. Now he delivers and misses way outside to again run the count full. That his 66th pitch in 2 2/3 innings.
It tells you a lot about Sanders that in this GB lineup, he's not considered one of the main power threats, yet he was SCIAC Player of the Year after hitting 398 and slugging 795. This is a GB team that is incredibly deep.
That pitch just misses, and that is ball 4 to extend the inning as Sanders reaches. And here comes Mike Piazza. We are going to have a pitching change. We will step aside here on BaseballEurope.tv. The score 3-1, Great Britain over Italy, with 2 on and 2 out in the top half of the third.
Na jednom místě. eSport.cz, sponzor pořadu.
Tisíc sdílených aut Car for Wake, půjčení v ulicích Prahy a Brna.
Still the top half of the third inning as we have a new pitcher on the hill for Italy to face Flaherty. Michael Flaherty stepping in. Gabriel has Matea Sirius's details for you.
So Sirius, a young right-handed pitcher who pitched for the somewhat amusingly named Big Matt Grosseto 1952 Serie A club the last 2 years. He is a really up-and-coming right-handed pitching prospect, kind of come a little bit out of nowhere the last 2 years, a little bit later development. More on him in just a moment after this first pitch.
This ball gets away. Both runners will move up. T.S. Reed holding Aaron Singh at third. But another miscue, that a wild pitch, and a very wild one at that, as Aaron Singh very clearly about halfway between second and third took a long look home to see if he could make it.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing Durazio can do about that pitch at all. There it looked like a splitter, some sort of changeup. They just couldn't get out of his hand in time and didn't really give Durazio a chance at all.
Now, we talked about the potential playoff implications of this game. Meanwhile, the other game in Pool A, that's going on right now between Spain and Czechia, and it is a one-sided affair as that pitch misses inside, 2-1 the count to Flaherty. It is 8-0 Spain in the third, and that has to be a bit of a shock for a Czech team that defeated Spain to qualify for the World Baseball Classic. As that pitch will hit Flaherty, and the bases are loaded.
Well, as much as the country wants to forget about that first game with Spain that they had at the qualifier, we can't really forget about that. So, I mean, hopefully, however this game goes here, just got to look for that next game and then see what happens then.
back to Sireyes had a strong year for Grosseto, 3.77 ERA. Did have a bit of a struggle with control, 30 walks in 62 and a third innings, 62 innings rather, and gave up more than a hit an inning as well. A little bit of a strange choice here in some ways, but on the other hand, this is an arm that's shown he can compete at this top level. He pitched in 2 games at the 2023 Under-23 Baseball Championship as well.
1-0 to Kennard Dawson, the 8th man to bat in the inning. Great Britain has the bases loaded as that's fouled directly back towards us and out of play. This an impressive display of patience by the Great Britain lineup, something they were very good at yesterday when they scored 22 runs on 9 hits. They allowed the Hungarian team, if they were going to get walks, they walked. If they were going to get hit, they got hit. And that accounted for a vast amount of offense for Great Britain.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of, they go hand in hand, right? The more pitches you see, the more chances you're going to have to see that ball properly, the one that you want to swing at and take it for a ride.
Coming set now. And the pitch just misses outside. That will even the count at 2.
Seems like every Italian pitcher, well, obviously we've only seen 2, but so far their misses have been big misses. If you guys haven't noticed that, like nothing that's around the zone to give the hitter even an opportunity to double think at. It just goes, no, that's way outside. No, that's up.
That's a great point, Ryan. And that type of, let's call it a non-competitive ball, a ball that you can't induce the swing and miss at. That's not something that you're going to get GB to deviate from. They will wait it out for every at-bat if necessary, and Italy just needs to challenge them. Of course, to be fair to Italy, the 2 times that they've thrown challenge fastballs to Ward and Ford, it's led to home runs.
Yeah, that's going to leave some guys shaking a little bit, but still, you got to stick with the plan. The odds are in the pitcher's favor to get this guy out. You know, it always is in the pitcher's odds.
10th pitch so far from Sirius coming up to 2 batters.
Quick update from the 2 other games. Netherlands crushing Croatia 13-1, still in the 4th inning. Meanwhile, a shocker going in Germany and Switzerland where it's 5-3 now Germany. That Swiss team really battling one of the top European teams.
Runner off at first and a walk. So Dawson will walk, and that forces a GB run home. As coming in to score is Aaron Singh. It's now 4-1 Great Britain as Mercer becomes the 9th man to bat in the inning. And it's safe to say that this is just about the nightmare scenario for Italy, because by our calculations, they will now need to score at minimum 8 runs. And that doesn't allow for any more runs for Great Britain, who have scored 3 times this inning and still have the bases loaded.
And that 8 runs is not only to, of course, secure the win, but it's for the total quality balance that we were talking about earlier.
Coming set now is Sirius. He kicks and delivers the 1-0. This is chopped out towards second. Up with it is Paolini. He fires to first, and that will retire the side. But 3 more runs for Great Britain, highlighted by the Harry Ford bomb out to right, or left center field, I should say. And after 2.5 innings of play, it's been a long time. It is 4-1 Great Britain over Italy.
Na Šutflixu můžeš jednoduše stavět.
Kraj Vysočina. Každému sportovci na dosah.
Tyhle kluci něco dokázali, já jsem rád, že prostě je budu moct tady sledovat.
My máme svou cestu tady v Evropě, v Česku.
Na mistrovství Evropy si s týmem věříme.
Oni v sobě mají tak obrovský talent.
Určitě máme mladý tým, ale zároveň jsou to všichni kluci, kteří mají zkušenosti z Ameriky.
24. září začíná mistrovství Evropy v baseballu v Ostravě a v Brně. Držím palce, přijďte fandit, Honza Železný.
Bottom half of the third inning, 4-1. Great Britain has the lead over Italy. As back out on the mound is Ethan Solomon. For this Great Britain team, he will have a clean inning all to himself as he will face the 3, 4, and 5 hitters. And the first pitch to Garcia is a slider in there for a strike. And that's what we were talking about in terms of movement. Ryan asked a great question about the strikeout of Poma to end the last frame. And the lateral movement of Solomon's pitches is immense, which you can just see there as he threw a curveball that started at the letters and dropped into the dirt.
It seems like last time Solomon was out there was yesterday.
Yes.
Holy smokes.
We were discussing this over the break. GB scores 3 runs on only 2 hits.
This is sent foul up the first base line.
And by the time Aaron Singh came around for that 3rd run of the inning, he had been out there for 5 batters and a pitching change. I'm guessing off the top of my head, about half an hour he'd been on the bases. So Solomon has been sitting for at about 10 minutes more to that, looking very, very sharp as he comes back out, though.
Solomon using the one. That pitch is just inside. Ball 1. Did look like the home plate umpire was considering.
Holster right there, just teasing it on the outside. Not this time. No, you're safe for this one.
1-2 pitch misses off the plate, and that will even the count. Solomon has a bit of a rubber arm. He can go quite deep into a game. He has gone 5 innings in relief before. Pretty impressive when you consider his career, dating back to his collegiate days, is now at 23 years.
Holy smokes.
I was thinking about this when I mentioned Brereton earlier. Solomon finished in 2000. Brereton entered off the top of my head in 2015. 15-year difference between the 2 GB.
This is skied out towards right field and deep. Back goes Ben Lead. He looks up. That ball is gone. It was absolutely crushed by Garcia. Easily over 400 feet. As that went right past the light tower and into the apartment blocks, and it's now a 4-2 ball game.
The last 3 hits from Garcia, gentlemen, I think it's fair to say the man is heating up and hitting as he should be. Has been triple, double bomb.
That a big hit for Italy, as that will hopefully for them shift the momentum in their favor. A leadoff home run for Garcia, our 3rd home run in this game. We had 1 in the previous 2 that Great Britain played. So clearly today a power day. Not to mention, that doesn't even take into consideration the earlier game here in Trebech, which saw quite a power performance and a grand slam last night as well by Sweden against Italy.
Things really changing here, but that tells you the level of competition because the Czech series is just so good, and yet hitters here are hitting bombs that the top Czech hitters are not able to get out most of the time.
First pitch into Chelly is a strike. Solomon working deliberately. The 0-1 is foul back to the screen, and he's again ahead in the count. 0-2.
Going back to Garcia for just a moment, he is now graduated to the top hitter on the team with the retirements of players like Chris Colabello, and he had an incredible debut for Italy, which I'll tell you about after this pitch.
Solomon through his windup. He kicks and delivers. Slider misses outside in the dirt for ball 1.
Garcia joined the team in 2017 in the Super 6 tournament in the Netherlands. He was 9 for 16 with 3 homers, a cycle, and 7 RBI in that short tournament. He was so good, he parlayed it into a minor league contract, which then led him back to the majors.
Time called as Solomon waved off Harry Ford. You could just see him tap the Great Britain on his chest as a way of apology. He got mixed up there. Of course, Solomon, 23 years older than his battery mate. This one grounded out towards Ford. Up with it, he fires across his body. Good reach by Sanders over at first base to save an error. And that will be out number 1.
Yeah, so far, this Great Britain team, whenever the ball's put in play, it's an automatic out. And, I mean, that's just fundamental baseball. And you see that hasn't really been quite the case for Team Italy, who's been kind of booting the ball around a little bit while runners are on base. But, again, a huge difference maker so far has just been not allowing free passes. Because even that solo home run, it's just 1 run. Like, who cares, right? You still have 2 more to work with. Now you got 1 out. Keep it going.
That brings up Mineo. He grounded into the 6-4-3 double play. Or excuse me, the 4-6-3 double play. That ended the first inning. We got Mosier, pitcher who started this game, out of trouble. We've now seen 4 pitchers in an inning in 2 and a third innings on each side. This is lined out towards right field. It takes a skip on the infield and will make the grass. That is a base hit. Lead gets to it quickly and fires it back into Singh. But Mineo is on for the first time with a 1-out single.
First hit of the tournament for Mineo, who is playing in his 57th career game for Italy. Really a very impressive number, given how many options that Italia has.
Long stare in by Solomon as he now deals with Frisia. He kicks and delivers. Breaking ball just misses off the plate, ball 1. And Harry Ford is going to go have a chat with his battery mate here.
Looked like a little cross-up, actually, just based on how Ford was reacting to that pitch. Really late, having to just stab at that ball to keep it from going to the back. So hopefully they can figure out a little system here, get on the same page.
Ford, a very good defensive catcher, especially given his young age, just 20 years old. And his athleticism can make up for a lot of mistakes or cross-ups. But obviously, Great Britain would like to avoid as many as possible. I would also just note that Harry Ford's blue and gold catcher's gear fits in the Great Britain scheme, as well as his parent club, the Seattle Mariners.
Oh, well.
The 1-0 in there for a strike as it nabs the outside corner to even the count.
Frisia 2 for 7 in the tournament thus far. Experience as high as AAA over the last 3 seasons. A career minor league hitter, 255, 413 slugging.
Fouled off his foot on that pitch. He is in the Phillies system, is Frisia, along with Nick Ward and Gabriel Rinconis Jr., who is not here for Great Britain. All 3 of them in the system. And while Ward and Rinconis were teammates this year, Frisia, Ward, and Rinconis have yet to cross paths within the Phillies development staircase. 1-2 the count. Solomon kicks and delivers. This is off the end of the bat, lying softly out towards left field. It will find grass, and that is a base hit. Up to second base goes Mineo. And the tying run aboard for Italy with 1 down in the bottom of the 3rd.
Great. Sorry, pardon me. I was just going to say a great piece of hitting from Frisia right there, hanging on to every little bit of that breaking ball in the outer half in a pitcher's count and just nestling it right into left center field.
Completely agree, Ryan. The just a little bit of a nudge off the end of the bat. He directed it just the perfect location. Dawson able to get it quickly, but station-to-station hitting could be an advantage for Italy as they try and claw back into this one. Breaking ball misses off the plate.
Gabriel mentioned it before, too, but there's the different level of the game, too. Like, if you're playing in extra league, I'd say the bottom half of the order, that's an out at shortstop.
The 1-0 swung on and missed. A big hack there by D'Orazio, and he was fooled by the pitch speed, as that will even the count 1-1.
D'Orazio really still is the heart of the end of the heart of the order in terms of power and contact hitters. It's really deep middle of the lineup.
1-1 slider just misses off the plate. 2-1. Ford attempted to frame that back into the picture. Home plate umpire didn't buy it this time.
worth mentioning while we're talking about Europeans and the Philly system that Italian Samuel Aldegheri also in Philadelphia's organization.
That pitch misses down low. 3 balls and 1 strike. And there is now stretching again in the Great Britain bullpen. We can't see who it is because they're not wearing a uniform number.
He's just out there shirtless?
No, he's wearing a pullover for our fans at home. As that pitch misses inside, very nearly hits D'Orazio, and the bases are now loaded. So Italy responding well to Great Britain's rally, as they have loaded the bases now with 1 out. And Mercuri coming up.
Mercuri ripped the double down the right field line. Really nice piece of hitting in the second, but he was stranded at second after Solomon came in and got Poma looking.
Coming set now is Solomon. Runners take their leads off every base. This is out towards first. Up with it, Sanders. He drops it. He will flip it to Solomon to get the out. But coming in the back door is Mineo. And that will be another Italian run. It is 4-3.
Manufacturing runs. That's baseball right there. Ball right side. And unfortunately, Saunders couldn't handle that one for the double play, but hey, we got an out of it, but Italy comes away with the run ultimately.
I think Great Britain happy to trade the run for the out, so long as they have one larger number than Italy by the end of this game. So that brings the number 9 man, Batista, to the plate. He grounded into a fielder's choice in his last at bat. That was the play where he grounded to third, and Flaherty threw home to cut down the run, keeping the game tied back in the second. He's ahead in the count 1-0. Solomon delivers, and that pitch is in there for a strike.
God, Solomon's got good movement on that ball, eh? Even on the fastball, he's got good sink, good arm side sink on it.
His arm slot is at almost 3/4 to sidearm. He is able to change his arm slot ever so slightly as the 1-1. In there for a strike as he used the slider there. He will throw any pitch in any count.
Well, that's what makes someone like him so effective and ultimately wise on the national team, right? Guy who throws strikes with multiple pitches.
Reaching for it is Batista, and he will slap it out towards center. Up with it is Mercer, 1 run home and a 2nd run home for Italy, and they have taken a 5-4 lead, scoring 4 times in the 3rd inning. So Batista with the 2-run knock there to score Frisia and D'Orazio, and Italy has their first lead of the game.
Look, it's looking a lot like Garcia gave them the spark that they needed there to start the inning off with that solo shot, and then after that, base hit, walk, another RBI, then another base hit.
I was talking to Roberto Angotti before the game, and he said, this is the way Garcia leads. He's very quiet, but he leads with his bat, and my goodness, has he done that the last few times up.
Paolini fouls off the first pitch he sees, so he's down in the count, 0-1. His third at-bat of the day. He's 1 for 1, I should say, with a single, and he's also walked. He scored Italy's first run, as this is lined right at Singh. He will collect it to retire the side, but Italy scores 4 times in response to Great Britain's 3, and we have a 5-4 Italy lead over Great Britain as we head to the 4th inning on BaseballEurope.tv.
Sportovní lezení prověří každý sval. Udrží Adam Ondra formu?
Poslouchej Sport.
Radiožurnál Sport.
Top half of the fourth inning in what is turning into a barn burner. It is a 5-4 Italy lead over Great Britain. Great Britain scoring first on the solo shot by Nick Ward. Italy responding with a run of their own in the bottom half of the first. Then Great Britain rallying for 3 runs, highlighted by Harry Ford's solo shot in the top half of the third inning. Italy responds with 4 runs of their own, including a solo shot by Robel Garcia. And now it will be Sirius as he faces Harry Ford, the top of the lineup, and the same man who led off last inning with a home run. First pitch is in there for a strike.
Sirius had a bit of a rough debut, throwing a wild pitch, then hitting the first batter, walking the second, but then gets a ground ball. So got the job done in the end, did Sirius.
Pitch misses there, 1-1 the count. Ford 1 for 2, the solo home run, his first of the championships. His 4th hit on European soil in the last 375 days. Not that we're counting.
What do you keep that in your phone? How do you know how many days it's been?
I don't know. I don't know anymore.
Your computer.
1-1 pitch coming. And misses down in the dirt, 2-1. In fact, Harry Ford has played 6 total games in Europe. He has homered 4 times. He's led off every game.
That's got to be a record, right?
If someone was keeping track of the first games hit in Europe, the number of total home runs at any level in any competition, if that was being kept track of, I reckon there's a shot. The record for home runs in a game on European soil, though, of course, set in the 2019 MLB London series when the ball was absolutely flying out of the Olympic Stadium to the point where adjustments were made for this 2023 stadium, both to the turf and the outfield alignment.
That first inning of that London series, Gabriel, I believe it was a grand total of 13 runs scored. As this is sent out towards left field, it will drop in for a base hit, as Poma was on his horse but couldn't get there in time. Second hit of the game for Harry Ford. And he is aboard, leadoff man aboard for the second time today for Great Britain, as they are continuing the pressure as they need to rally here. First time that they have trailed in this, actually, since the first inning yesterday against Hungary before they batted. That was the only time they've trailed otherwise in this European Championship.
Quick update on other games. Netherlands up 13-2 now on Croatia. Croatia adding 1. It is Spain still 8-0 over the Czechs. And in the final game, Germany has added a run, but 6-4 in the bottom of the fourth with the Swiss batting.
0-1 the count to Nick Ward, who showed bunt. Obviously has power, has scored twice today, a home run and a single. Sirius taking his time on the mound. The 0-1 swung on and missed. Big hack by Nick Ward. He gets a piece of it, but it's fouled right into the glove of D'Orazio, and it's 0-2. Ward was not cheated on that swing, but that was a challenge fastball by Sirius.
Yeah, I wonder if he'll come back to that same pitch again. It looks like Ward's looking for something on the outer half right now. I'll be curious to see if he goes back to the same thing or tries to elevate.
0-2 the count. Coming set is Sirius. Short lead for Ford. He's off and running. Pitch is way outside. The throw down is not in time, as it looks like the tag was just a hair late. Harry Ford able to slide around second base to get his hand on what I would say the north point, the top point of the bag, and around the tag. An excellent piece of base running by Ford.
That was essentially a pitch out by Sirius to D'Orazio. I think it didn't really start out as total commitment to it, but ended up as a pitch out because you could see there on the replay that D'Orazio had pulled out to the side, was already ready to fire, and threw an absolute bullet down. But as Chris so elegantly put, Harry Ford essentially sliding around the tag. Very impressive.
Ward with a big swing and a miss. He is retired for the first time today, and that will be out number 1 here in the fourth, as Aaron Singh will have an opportunity. Walked in his last at-bat, has scored a run, and he's looking for his offensive breakout of this tournament.
Seems like such like an insurmountable mountain when you don't have that hit through a few games, and anything would count right now. A bloop single to the right side, just nestle it right in there in the little Bermuda Triangle. That goes a long ways for confidence.
First pitch from Sirius is in the dirt, skips towards Durazio. He's able to block it and keep in front of him. And that play would not have looked out of place in one of Ryan and Mai's hockey games.
I was going to say a little 5-hole action. That's what I'm looking at right
there.
there.
You go.
Singh does have a 571 OBP in this tournament, so still contributing plenty in the middle of the order.
1-0 pitch coming, and that is a fastball that is hit sharply but foul up the third base line. And a member of the Italian bullpen will grab it on a hop. Or no, they won't. It will roll all the way to the wall. And one of the coaches will go retrieve it. Singh, of course, not only a beneficiary of that breakout during the 2021 European season while with Great Britain, but he managed to parlay that into a professional contract in the Frontier League playing with the Schaumburg Boomers. And as someone who took a year off from baseball this past year, you never know what opportunities could be around the corner if you perform well, especially in a tournament now that's getting serious international attention, as he fouls one off again, along the third base line.
Yeah, I think it's hard to not watch this kind of baseball as a fan, right? I mean, especially now all the cameras are pretty much on point. Like, this is a good quality camera behind the dish. Have someone working other camera angles as well. People are commentating in the booths, making it exciting. I don't see any reason why to not watch a game, especially it's national teams. It's kind of like a little mini Olympics kind of thing.
And we welcome you from all around the world as Sirius turns and looks towards second. It's great to have you along with us, whether you're joining in the afternoon in the US or whether it's later in the evening somewhere in Europe or further east. Thanks very much for joining in. Shoot us questions and let us know where you're joining from.
You forgot one meal there, Gabriel. Breakfast in Tokyo, which is going on right now.
I was trying to think about strike zones, and I was thinking, is it not? Can't quite work out yet.
Singh strikes out there. Good pitch by Sirius to retire the GB second baseman. And now Ben Lead will come up with 2 down.
Lead 0 for 1 with a walk in the first, grounded to short in the third. In yesterday's game, Lead reached base all 4 times, officially 1 for 2 with a walk and a hit by pitch after an 0 for 3 with a sack day the day before, sacrifice fly.
There is action now in the GB bullpen. It looks like we will have a new pitcher to start the bottom half of this inning as Ford dances off second. He's off and running. Pitch is fouled back and out of play. And Ford would have stolen third quite easily. Second baseman Paolini was not paying attention. There's a couple steps to the left of second base, and Ford with a massive jump. He was even with the shortstop before Lead made contact.
So impressive to see a catcher who's so lithe and agile and has so much speed to him, and incredible to see multiple in the same group with Leo Bäckström as well.
Dancing again is Ford. He's trying to induce the balk, and instead spinning off is Sirius. As it is Chris Messer getting loose again for Great Britain. This is the second time he's been up. It would be very likely he will start the fourth, yet to appear in this series.
You can see Durazio just shaking off Sirius. Don't worry about him. He's not going anywhere.
That pitch just missed. Evens the count at 1-1. Of course, Harry Ford knows better than most of his teammates, although there are 5 catchers on the GB roster, what a distraction a base runner can be for the starting pitcher, and he's trying to be as distracting as possible as he points at the second baseman and now dances off again. Check swing foul over the GB dugout and out of play by Lead. Count still 1-2.
Because I know exactly what Ford's doing at second base. I know as a pitcher, that it's so hard for you to realize that doesn't matter. Like that run at second, well, the run at second matters, but his positioning doesn't matter. He could take third. There's still 2 outs. A ground ball here, ground ball there is probably still going to score him. Sac fly that's caught, a fly ball that's caught. It doesn't matter. Base hit, he's going to score anyway.
And the mind games here, again, showing the level of European baseball, that it's now down to tactical mind games as that pitch skips in the dirt. Good block by Durazio.
He pulled a magic man on that ball. How did he keep that in front of him? Great job from him.
That was a spectacular. He went to the backhand as he leapt to his right. With the count 2-2, 2 down, runner at second base. Great Britain trails 5-4 in this one. In a game that has seen 9 runs through the first 3 2/3 innings. so far. Coming set now is Sirius. Checks on Ford. Ford dancing, and he's off again. The pitch is high and inside. No throw. Harry Ford steals third base. His second steal of the evening. I believe by my calculations, that is his fourth steal of the tournament.
A guy can really do it all, eh? He showed off the power with that home run right as we were talking about it, curiously enough. And then a couple knocks and now some swipe bags, and also great behind the dish, too. I think he's thrown out a runner at second as well.
You know, he might be. I think he might end up being one of these top prospects we've heard so much about when he's all said and done.
I don't know about that. A lot to prove still.
Payoff pitch coming, and that freezes lead. It is a called third strike. So working around the leadoff single is Sirius, who comes back to strike out the side, and we head to the bottom half of the fourth inning. The score 5-4, Italy over Great Britain, here on BaseballEurope.tv.
Svého cíle můžete plnit sny i ostatním. Stačí si stáhnout aplikaci App Pomáhej pohybem od skupiny ČES.
Česká baseballová asociace srdečně děkuje všem svým partnerům za podporu Eurobaseballu 2023 v České republice.
Bottom half of the fourth inning in a great contest between Italy and Great Britain. Italy has a 5-4 lead, as in a bit of a surprise move, Ethan Solomon's back out there on the mound. We do have a pinch hitter for Italy, as it is Andreas Cellulari, and he takes a first pitch strike from Solomon.
So Cellulari has only appeared briefly in the two previous games. 2 pinch hit appearances, 0 for 1 with a sacrifice fly. Interesting move here to take out Poma, who has been, aside from his strikeout last time, really one of the top hitters in the lineup. Have to wonder whether there's maybe something else in play here.
Solomon's pitch is grounded foul, and he's ahead in the count 1-2. Messer continues, he's stirring in the bullpen. He's not actively throwing at the moment. Of course, as soon as I say that, I do feel like Nostradamus a little bit today. He just stood up and started throwing again. Reaching forward and grounding it out towards short. Cutting it off is Flaherty as he stepped in front of Ward, and that, a defensive miscue for Great Britain, as reaching will be Cellulari.
Yeah, I want to believe maybe that's just a bit of an experience on the part of Flaherty compared to Ward, understanding that that ball is probably going to make you range too far to the left, and you have to straighten your body back out just to throw that thing instead of letting Ward come through that thing on the run, make the throw much quicker, much easier, much more accurate.
Absolutely. Michael Flaherty only playing in his third senior appearance for Great Britain. A little bit of that inexperience perhaps showing there. As now Solomon with a man on will deal with Robel Garcia. who hit the solo shot off him to lead off the last inning. One of the 8 Italian batters to come up, as a good breaking ball fools Garcia, and that will be strike one as he swings through it, getting a piece and fouling it off.
I think I heard the wind from the bat from up here on that swing. Ooh.
That was, he was not cheated on the swing.
Oh, no.
He might have been about a full second early, but he was not cheated.
Hard to think of a batter that's more locked in at the plate than Garcia right now. As Ryan pointed out last time, last 4 at-bats, home run, hit by pitch, double, triple.
He swings through that one, and Solomon pulls the string twice on him. And I mentioned to both Ryan and Gabriel in between innings that Drew Spencer has a very unique way of managing his players. If he thinks his player can get the outs that he needs him to get, he will go with his gut and keep that player in. Those first 2 swings and misses for Garcia against Solomon so far shows his confidence is paying off as that pitch misses outside for a ball.
You can even take it one step further, and the way he got Celeroli to roll over to the shortstop area, then, yeah, I mean, right now he's in a great spot to technically get 2 outs.
1-2 pitch coming, check swing foul. Back up behind the third base side and out of play.
Haven't given you Garcia's numbers yet today. 77 games in the major leagues. Not the brightest of numbers, admittedly, but playing 77 games in the minor leagues says a lot, and he has played in 4 different countries in the Americas alone, plus Korea and Italy. What an incredible career over the last 14 years.
1-2 pitch misses just high, framed by Ford, but it is a ball. 2-2 the count. Solomon gets the ball back and immediately starts to come set. He pauses and delivers. The 2-2 misses just outside, and I mean just outside, and the count runs full. On deck is Federico Celle, who singled in the first inning, grounded out in the third. As the payoff pitch, this is hammered out towards right field. It is high, it is far, it is gone. An absolute moonshot by Robel Garcia, his 2nd home run of the game, his 2nd home run in 2 innings. And it is 7-5 Italy over Great Britain. There was no doubt about that, as Garcia got a hold of it and sent that into the Czech night as fast as possible.
Golly, Garcia, think of the children. They're out there playing in the playground. You didn't have to do that to them. That ball was absolutely touched.
Just a monster home run. And Drew Spencer is out now, and he will collect Ethan Solomon. We will get a pitching change here as Solomon's night comes to an end. We'll be back here in a moment. 7-4, Italy has the lead over Great Britain in the bottom half of the 4th inning on BaseballEurope.tv. Chris Messer makes his debut at the 2023 championships in relief of Ethan Solomon. Solomon ended up with quite a tough line. Gabriel will give it to you in just a moment, as the Cayman Island native Chris Messer, a British citizen, as all members of the Cayman Islands are, comes set. His first pitch is in there for a strike.
So the final line on Solomon, 1 1/3 innings, 5 hits, 6 runs, 5 earned runs, 2 walks, and a strikeout.
Messer comes set, a fastball pitcher, and the 0-1. He goes to the breaking ball, grounded towards Flaherty, who has it on a hop, fires across the diamond in time, and that, a crucial out number 1, as Messer comes in and retires the first batter he sees. That's the first out of the bottom of the 4th as well.
Yeah, something you love to see out of Messer, to come in, 2 pitches, here's an automatic out. Get the boys back in there as quickly as he can to get back with the bats.
That brings up Mineo. He singled and scored last inning, scoring on the fielder's choice. He also grounded into the double play to end the first. 7-4, Italy leads Great Britain. And this, the largest deficit that Great Britain has faced in this tournament. Only the second time overall they've trailed. First pitch breaking ball. This is inside for ball 1. That slider cut towards the feet of the left-handed hitting Mineo. Messer played for the London Mets, the 7-time reigning and defending champions of the British Baseball NBL, National Baseball League. Also on the 2021 roster for the European championships, I should say.
He had a fantastic year this year for the Mets, 5-0 with a 2.33 ERA.
2-0 pitch misses high, 3-0 the count.
No stranger to the K-Ball in the British National League. 37 Ks in 19 1/3 innings. Very impressive numbers for the right-hander. Pitched 2 games as well for the Mets, both starts in the Federations Cup qualifier.
He pumps over a strike. The London Mets, part of the National Baseball League in Britain, which does feature import players. National Baseball Championship happening 1 month ago today, which the Mets beat the Capitals. That pitch misses inside for ball 4. Mets defeating the Capitals 2-1 in the championship series to become 7-time reigning and defending champions, with 3 of those London Mets coaches on the GB bench. Drew Spencer won national championships, Jonathan Craman won national championships, and bullpen catcher Derek Cook won this year's national championship. So a lot of Mets. That's only the coaches. There are also a number of Mets on the roster. Matteo Celestino is one of them. Freddie Mosier, who started this game, a former London Met, as was Ethan Solomon. So all the pitchers today are past Mets. Michael Flaherty has suited up for the Mets, as that pitch is not a pitch, it's actually a pickoff. Back safely is Mineo. A lot of Mets connections here. Just one of the many teams across the United Kingdom.
Seems like there's a lot of teams out of the Mets organization.
Mets organization actually also is the overarching organization for the London Capitals. Oh. So both those teams in the NBL championship, part of the Mets organization, and it speaks to the depth that they had, that both their teams were playing in the national championship to begin with. This is popped foul and out of play.
In addition, the Mets have, off the top of my head, and I could be missing one here, apologies to those of you listening for Britain if I am, I believe they have 5 farm teams between AAA, AA, and Single A. I believe that is 2 Single A teams, 2 AA teams, and 1 AAA team.
And a women's baseball team as well.
Indeed.
A lot of British baseball gets started at Finsbury Park. This pitch misses low and away for ball 1.
One other stat on Messer. In the 2021 Euros, he faced 11 batters over the course of 3 games. He retired every one of those batters, and he struck out 9 of them.
Oof. He had a stellar 2021 edition of the Europeans as the 1-2 just misses off the plate. I think he crossed up Harry Ford there as Ford had to dive over to his right. But had Harry Ford framed that, that probably would have been strike 3. Instead, the count even at 2. Messer, a long look over at first. Sanders holding on Mineo. He will deliver to the plate and swinging through it, but just getting a piece off the end of the bat is Frisia. And the count remains 2-2. Long look over at first by Messer. Mineo, a relatively short lead. Slide step, and this is popped up over towards third base. Flaherty called off by Nick Ward. Ward under it, and he will make the catch, backpedaling. Much trickier than it initially looked, as that kept drifting backwards, almost halfway out towards Kennard Dawson in left field. But Nick Ward calling off Flaherty and able to make the catch. Veteran play there from Ward, and that will be out number 2.
Great call by Ford there to ask for the high fastball, and Frisia, the AAA hitter, just got under that, popped it up. Really, really nice pitch call and really nice location by Messer.
So now 2 down for the catcher, D'Orazio. He walked and scored last inning, 0 for 1. He also flew out to right. 3 of the home runs have been hit out to right, both of Garcia's as well as Ward's. Harry Ford's went to left center. And of course, Garcia's second home run, one he hit this inning, the furthest of all of them. So he may have actually broken a window in that apartment complex over the right field side.
Fortunately, it's over the right field side and not the left field side. Otherwise, Ryan might have to run home to check his windows.
Nothing in 1 the count. Pitch from Messer. Well framed by Ford, but he doesn't get the call. Count evens at 1.
The strike zone from today's home plate umpire has made things quite interesting. It's been tight, but it's been consistent all game, forcing pitchers and forcing catchers to work twice as hard.
Big swing and a miss as D'Orazio swings over a slider, a hard slider, and the count now 1-2 as Messer dialed up that breaking pitch and placed it perfectly over the outside part of the plate. 1 ball, 2 strikes, the count, 2 out, runner over at first base, and 2 runs home for Italy. They have a 3-run lead, 7-4, as this pitch high and in tight. D'Orazio takes it, and the count 2-2.
Yeah, it looked like Messer really tried to go ahead and throw that same kind of slider, but just got a bit too big on it. Tried to throw the power slider, the super slider, but just slipped out on his hand.
2-2 the count now. Messer comes set, deep breath, he deals, and gets D'Orazio to swing right through it for the strikeout to end the inning. But a 2-run moonshot by Robel Garcia adds to Italy's lead, and after 4 full innings of play, it is 7-4 Italy over Great Britain here on BaseballEurope.tv.
Na jednom místě. eSport.cz, sponzor pořadu.
Tisíc sdílených aut Car for Way k půjčení v ulicích Prahy a Brna. Stačí ti k tomu jenom mobil. To je Car for Way Car Sharing. Sponzor pořadu.
Top half of the fifth inning. The score is 7-4. Italy over Great Britain. It will be the 5, 6, and 7 hitters, as Chamoy Christopher will lead things off for Great Britain. It is still Sirius on the mound.
What a job by Sorayas to recover after not very convincing, frankly, in the first 4 batters, and then striking out the side following that. Just really nice adjustment by Sorayas in an absolutely crucial spot. He's in line for the win.
Breaking pitch misses in there, or misses down low, ball 1. There's action in the Italian bullpen as this is fouled off by Chamoy. Italy trying to keep their foot on the accelerator, as it were, now that they have the lead.
Now seems as good a time to start a thought and then pause for Chris to call the pitch.
Breaking pitch again misses, 2-1 the count. Sirius has had issues with the breaking pitch so far in this inning. The fastball's located, but he has not gotten that breaking pitch to drop where he wants it to. Both balls down in the dirt as he winds, or slowly goes to the set, excuse me. He took a long step as if he was winding and then just came to a full stop. Doesn't matter as he misses outside, 3-1 the count.
As I began to say a moment ago, the GB national team in any competition has never beaten Italy at the senior level. Not true at other levels, but at the senior level, GB never.
Chamoy will walk. Second time he's been issued a free pass. First time was by getting hit. And he is on base, officially 0 for 1 with a strikeout, a walk. And now he'll jog down to first base as Sanders will bat. He walked in his last at bat, 0 for 1, is Julian. As Gabriel mentioned, Great Britain has not ever beaten Italy at the senior level, 0 for 7 all time. The last time they faced off head-to-head was quite a while ago. 16 September 2014. Italy won 13-1 in that game. That was at the European Championships. Swinging and missing at the first pitch is Sanders. 0-1. Deep breath by Sirius. He fires high inside fastball, and Sanders chases at it. 0-2 the count. That's the challenge fastball that the starter Vassilotti was looking for and couldn't find. His relief corps has found it, certainly in the last 2 innings. Coming set now is Sirius. Short lead for Christopher. He's not a base-stealing threat. This one's grounded off the pitcher and will find the grass in center field for a base hit. A lucky piece of hitting for Sanders, as that looked like it might be cut off by Paolini, the second baseman, but instead takes a high roll off the mound, hits the pitcher, and skips directly into center field. And now the athletic trainer for Italy will come out to check on their pitcher. Meanwhile, 2 on with nobody out for Great Britain, and the tying run coming to the plate in the form of Michael Flaherty.
It's a great piece of hitting there from Sanders. Being, for lack of a better word, blown up by 2 up-and-in fastballs, and then finding some way to get the job done, base hit up the middle. And, I mean, obviously, you don't want, last thing you want to see is a pitcher see an injury from a baseball, but that's kind of where you want that ball to be, right up the middle somehow, right?
Absolutely, and it looks like it was deflected off the pitching hand of Sirius. He's getting some cold spray on it now. As meanwhile, Jonathan Crammon, one of the bench coaches for Great Britain, aforementioned as one of those Mets managers who won a national championship, over to give Flaherty some extra advice and strategy before this at-bat begins. The series is going to get a couple of warm-up tosses here. Make sure his hand is in working condition.
Flaherty yet to really have a full breakout at this tournament, 1 for 4. However, he's walked 4 times and been hit once, so hardly had any chances to actually put a ball in play.
In a bit of a stunning development in the Pool A game going on right now, The winning run is on first base for Spain in the bottom of the 7th. It's 9-0 Spain over Czechia. They push across that 10th run. The game ends automatically by mercy rule. What we thought was going to be a game as close as the one we're currently calling. So that is somewhat of a shocker, particularly in Czechia. But it is a revenge game. And we're going to take a break here as Syria is unable to continue. The relief corps for Italy will have as much time as they need to warm up, and we will step aside. 7-4, Italy leads Great Britain in the top of the 5th here on BaseballEurope.tv.
Na Shootflixu můžeš jednoduše stavět.
Kraj Vysočina. Každému sportovci na dosah.
Tyhle kluci něco dokázali. Já jsem rád, že prostě je budu moct tady sledovat.
My máme svou cestu tady v Evropě, v Česku.
Na mistrovství Evropy si s týmem věříme.
Oni v sobě mají tak obrovský talent.
Určitě máme mladý tým, ale zároveň jsou to všichni kluci, kteří mají zkušenosti z Ameriky.
24. září začíná mistrovství Evropy v baseballu v Ostravě a v Brně. Držím palce, přijďte fandit, Honza Železný.
New pitcher on the hill for Italy as we return here in the top half of the 5th inning. It is Alex Bassani. Bassani was warming up in the pen before the inning started, so he didn't need as much time as a normal injury replacement would be, which is what Sirius's removal has led to. I'll give you his final line in a moment as Flaherty ready to step in against Bassani. Bassani, a right-hander, 34 years old. He comes set and delivers. Showing bunt is Flaherty. He pops it up foul, giving chase as the third baseman Garcia. And Flaherty can count his lucky stars that wasn't captured because that was a very high pop-up on the third base side. Gabriel, you've got the final numbers for Sirius, please.
Sirius goes 1 1/3, 2 hits. He is responsible for the runners on base. He walked 2 and struck out 3. Lots of numbers for only 1 1/3 innings. The new pitcher is Alex Bassani. He is a career pitcher in the Serie A.
High and tight pitch is again showing bunt is Flaherty. Great Britain attempting some small ball here. But spinning out of the way was Flaherty. He did not offer, so the count 1-1. Garcia playing in on the grass at third base. Meanwhile, Mineo in on the grass at first. Large lead for Saunders at first base. Shorter one for Chamoy Christopher over at second. Showing bunt again is Flaherty. He slaps at it and slaps it foul. And now he'll have to swing away with 2 strikes. Not a particularly exceptional bunt attempt for Flaherty. It was much more comfortable swinging the bat away.
It's a very underrated part of the game nowadays, eh? Bunting against a good pitcher.
Something that fell out of fashion for about, well, let's call it 10, 15 years, but coming back into the game, particularly at the moment. 1-2 pitch coming as Flaherty stands in there, misses outside 2-2. It's an interesting infield arrangement as in at the corners, that's what you would expect for someone who is showing bunt. Still in the corner is Garcia at third. But up the middle, both the shortstop and second base are playing relatively close to the bag. There are 2 huge gaps on either side of the infield at the moment as Flaherty is granted time. It's about as big as you can have an infield gap on both the left and right side. So they must have something that says that Flaherty's likely to hit it up the middle or on the line.
I think another thing to think about then is if the infielders are staying closer up the middle of the bag, then the runner can't get further away to get to third base.
A great point, Ryan. And Chamoy Christopher, not the fastest runner by any means on the GB roster, a good base runner, but he is not a threat to steal as that pitch just misses low and away. and the count runs full. As Ryan said earlier, it is a tight zone, but it is a very consistent zone. Solomon wasn't getting that call, neither was Mosier, neither was Vasilati. And Bassani can expect no different here. Bassani checks the runner at second, shading over his Paolini. The payoff pitch is just low. Ball 4. Great Britain has the bases loaded with nobody out. And it is safe to say that this is a crucial moment of this contest as the tying run now at first base with Kennard Dawson coming up.
Swing away, big kid. Let's go.
Dawson has a little bit of power, mostly known for his speed. He does have gap power, and he's been given a lot of the left side, and he will power it right through that left side. 1 run will score as Chamoy Christopher comes home. Coming to the plate, the ball bounces away. A second run is in. The throw down to third is not in time. 2-run score for Great Britain. We do have an injury. As sliding in there was Saunders. He's holding his shoulder. And Jesse Guffey, the athletic trainer, one of the athletic trainers for Great Britain, out quickly. But 2 runs come home to score, and it is a 7-6 ball game.
Chris, you called that so perfectly. The size of the gap in the 6 hole there and in the 4 hole, and lo and behold, ball right in the 6 hole for a 2 RBI, and great base running from everyone on the GB team to find additional bags after that.
That was an impressive piece of hitting for Kennard Dawson, one of the biggest hits he's ever had in a GB uniform. The deficit now 1, infield in for Italy in an attempt to preserve the lead with Ray Mercer at the plate. I wouldn't be shocked to see a suicide squeeze. First pitch is in there for a strike. Mercer has a lot of speed. He is an exceptional bunter. He also had 10 triples and 10 doubles on the year. He has gap-to-gap power, and he's again being given all of the left side of left field. This is a very interesting defensive alignment. As coming set is Bassani. He deals. Pitch misses low. No, in there for a strike as it just breaks over the outside corner. And Mercer quickly down, 0-2.
Yeah, time to get a job done right here. Again, if you are the kind of contact hitter, find yourself on base a lot. That ball's got to be right side to score this last run to tie up the ball game.
Runners take their leads, the 0-2. Swinging and missing is Mercer. Ball down in the dirt. The throw to first a little bit high, but corralled by Mineo, and that will be out number 1. Second strikeout for Mercer in this one. And that's the first out of the inning. And as I mentioned before Harry hit his first home run of the game, that Harry hadn't broken out yet, and an ideal scenario for Great Britain is runners in scoring position and this man up at the plate. Well, it is Harry Ford up at the plate. It is a 1-run ball game, and there is 1 out in the inning. Great Britain with a prime opportunity to tie it.
It is amazing how often in baseball you think of what would be the ideal situation, both positive or negative, for either team, and how often that seems to happen.
Yeah.
Bassani comes set. He delivers. Pitch is inside, ball 1. And the Italian fans in attendance are vocal in their disagreement. Italy again with the infield in, and the no doubles defense in outfield against a power hitter who has wall power. This is bizarre, as all Harry Ford has to do is loft it into left center, and it could be a home run. He checks his swing, but it's a strike anyway. Count evens at 1-1.
Yeah, looked like a little makeup call there from the home plate umpire. That ball looked a bit more down than usual, but the pitch before that looked like a great breaking ball in the inner half.
Bassani taking a long pause, coming to the set position. Infield again moving in. Kennard Dawson at second, a big lead. This is hammered out towards left field and deep. It is high. It is far. A rise, sir. Harry Ford, you've done it again. A 3-run shot for Harry Ford. It is 9-7 Great Britain. Unbelievable. Harry Ford, his second home run of the game. 5 runs batted in. And he's done it again for Great Britain.
All right, he's up to the hype. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, he deserves it. Yeah, that's nuts.
That was an incredible home run by Ford to straightaway left field. And I suppose one way to beat the no doubles defense is to smash it over the wall. That's exactly what Harry Ford's done. 9-7, Great Britain leads. We're only in the 5th inning.
Golly, it feels like a 9-inning ball game. I've sweat like it's been 18 innings in this booth.
Third hit of the game for Harry Ford in 4 at-bats. He has driven in 4 runs. And we're not halfway through this one. 1-0 the count now to Nick Ward, who also has home run power. He showed bunt. Again, facing an odd defensive arrangement, although more typical for a left-handed hitter. He is being given left field again if he wants to go opposite field, but his power is to right, as that pitch is in there for a strike.
It says a lot about what kind of a threat Nick Ward is at the plate, that the third baseman is pulled in as if this is a speedy leadoff hitter who bunts down the line continually, yet the outfielders, particularly on the right-hand side, very deep.
Yeah, you can tell a lot from the infield positioning to how they're going to pitch to Ward and what they're expecting out of him, with the shortstop playing almost up the middle, way more to his left than normal for sure.
2-1 pitch from Bassani, swinging through it is Ward. That will even the count at 2. This has been an incredible back and forth ball game. And if you don't love this type of baseball, if you don't love European baseball, then you don't love baseball. Because this is as good as it gets. Back and forth, power hitting, timely pitching, good defense, miscues being capitalized on. This has had everything you've wanted. And again, we're only halfway through the game.
Yeah, it would be funny. It is funny, though, how the 2 best teams in this pool come out and, I mean, ranking-wise, come out and ultimately have the most exciting, I would say maybe exciting, just as far as a visually pleasing game we've seen so far, with the amount of home runs and just above-average play on both sides of the ball.
You were talking about how for the last month, as
this is grounded out towards second. It eats up Paolini and bounces into right field. And Nick Ward is aboard. Great Britain will now send their 8th man to bat in the inning, as Ward reaches on the error by the second baseman.
You've been telling people for the past month or so, you gotta come to see Italy and GB at Nahesde. It's gonna be a great game. Well, if you want to attract fans who don't know that much about the game, haven't seen a game in a while, maybe young fan, never seen baseball, don't know anything about it, this is the ball game you want them to come to. Constant lead changes, all the features that Chris just said. This is a thriller.
This is skied out towards first base. First baseman Mineo over. He will snag it. And Singh is retired for out number 2 of the inning.
Yeah, and I know it's a fun change for the fans of Nahesde who come to our games consistently, just seeing the amount of long balls that have happened in this game. It's fun for me to watch all these balls explode out of this park, because I know, like, when I get it, but most of the time I don't get it. So, so it's usually a fly out, but to see these guys go bomb squad is fun.
Bassani comes set. He misses high, ball 1. 0 for 2 is Ben Lead. He walked in the first inning, struck out looking in his last at-bat. That ended the last inning. 9th man to bat for Great Britain in this inning. They bat around twice yesterday against Hungary in the same inning, once sending 16 batters to the dish. The other inning, 13 batters in the second and third. Between those 2 innings, Great Britain scoring 21 of their 22 runs. Math is getting hard now. The 1-0 is over the outside corner for a called strike.
This would be a great opportunity for Ben Lee to finally get that bat going. He's 1 for 7 this tournament. By no means embarrassed himself, but really hasn't had a chance to get going. Be great for GB to have that at-bat hot and just roll it over to batter number 10.
Strike delivered by Bassani, and they are 1 strike away from getting out of it. Over at first base still is Nick Ward. A very short lead. There's no action in the GB bullpen. This is Messer's game now. Throw over, Ward back safely. As Bassani keeping him close. I think Bassani wanted to get off the rubber anyway and decided to opt for the pickoff rather than just to step off.
Yeah, Bassani threw a missile over to first base.
Pitch misses low and in the dirt to even the count at 2-2. This inning highlighted by the 2-run double by Kennard Dawson and the 3-run moonshot by Harry Ford. A 5-run offensive outburst for Great Britain to come back and take the lead. As swinging and missing, a bit of a wave by Ben Lead. He is retired, and that ends the inning. 5 Great Britain runs come across, and it is now a 9-7 Great Britain lead. We're through 4.5 here on BaseballEurope.tv. Bottom half of the 5th inning, the score is 9-7, Great Britain leading Italy. As Messer back out on the mound, Messer will deal with the 8, 9, and 1 hitters, and his first pitch to Mercury is outside, ball 1. We do have one defensive change. Sanders slid into home plate relatively hard, came up holding his shoulder. He's been replaced by Pritchard over at first base. Pritchard will bat in his spot as well. In fact, that means Pritchard will be due up second next inning as the count runs to 2-0.
What a job by Messer since he's come in. A ground ball out, pop-up strikeout, and a walk in which he nibbled around the plate. Pretty strong effort.
Strike in there to
Mercury,
as he's been saying.
Yes,
I was thinking as the Mercury rises in here, it's tempting to say that Mercury, both of you have been.
2-1 pitch swung on and missed as Messer went to the power slider and got a wave. Count now 2-2.
We were talking between innings about how great it is to have heard the Italian fans really get into the game the last few innings. Such a fun group when they are on.
This is sent out towards center field. Backing up is Mercer. He makes the catch just shy of the warning track, and that will be out number 1 as Messer induces a fly out to Mercer for the first out of the inning. That brings Batista to the plate. He is 1 for 2, a fielder's choice and a 2-run single. That part of the Italian 4-run third inning. Italy with 1 in the first, 4 in the third, 2 in the fourth. Great Britain with 1 in the first, 3 in the third, and 5 in the fifth. And if that trend continues, the 7th and 9th innings are going to be a hoot.
Yeah, we'll be here till the sun comes back up again, if that's the case.
I can think of worse places to be given how entertaining this is.
That's actually very fair. Yeah, very fair.
And there's an off day tomorrow in the European Championships. Calculations will take place, and the teams will be relocating, with the focus turning to Brno. Games will still be hosted in Trebek, but the playoff games, the winner's bracket, as it were, will be playing in Brno at a couple of the stadiums there. As the count now 1-1, Messer delivers. This is popped up over towards third base. Flaherty is under it into foul territory. Now back towards fair territory, and he will haul it in for out number 2. So Messer, after the big GB rally, has entered the game and has gotten the first 2 outs quickly. And Ryan, that is a huge boost to his team after the offense did their part to give GB the lead.
Yeah, part of being a successful championship team, shut down innings after big innings, right? Go out there, pound the zone, give your offense a chance to keep pressure on the entire time, and you just try to slowly take away the hope of the other team.
So 2 down, Paolini up. He is 1 for 2 with a walk, has scored a run, takes a big hack, and fouls off the first pitch for strike 1.
Returning to the fans for just a moment, this park is absolutely packed to the gills. It is standing room only, to the point that immediately outside of the broadcast booth are people standing immediately in front of us. Not in the way, but aisles are filled with people, the concourse is filled, all the way down to the both teams' dugouts.
That is, of course, unless you're the fire inspector, at which point everything is fine, and no one is crowding any hallways or any entry or exit points.
Nothing here to see off the field. Just great action on the field.
Nothing into the count to Paolini, who fouls off the second pitch. Messer coming set. He works quickly. We'll see him if he dials up the fastball. He does, high and away, but he can't get Paolini to chase. 1-2.
Yeah, a little bit of love above the letters right there, but great 0-2.
I wouldn't be shocked if we see Messer come inside with the same pitch here as he comes to the set position. 1-2 pitch coming. He kicks and delivers. Again, high fastball, but again, he stays away. And the count now even at 2.
You just go ahead, look in that crystal ball of yours sometimes, eh?
Hey, it's not just me tonight. Let's face it. Each one of us has had somewhat of a lucky night, to the point where the first thing I said after we got off the air, well, apart from something that can't be repeated on the air, is that one of us needs to go buy a lottery ticket, because we have been on our game, as it were. Not that there's any way to track that today.
Oh, you weren't keeping stats?
2-2 pitch with 2 outs, fouled back, giving chase is Flaherty. He slides, but it bounces off the warning track and into the seats.
That tough foul territory we talked about so much, it narrows about halfway down the outfield. Yet another casualty of that. Flaherty perfectly able to get it, just ran out of space.
Absolutely, but we are starting to see these infielders, especially the corner infielders, starting to range into foul territory. Every out is now crucial, and you can tell by the way that everybody is hustling after the ball. 2-2 pitch again. Breaking ball, cold, third strike over the outside corner. Messer gets him. It's a 1-2-3 inning for Great Britain. We're through 5, and this one's official. It is 9-7 Great Britain over Italy here on BaseballEurope.tv.
lezení prověří každý sval. Udrží Adam Ondra formu?
Poslouchej Sport. Radiožurnál Sport.
Top of the 6th inning here in Třebíč. And if you're just joining us, you've missed a fantastic ball game. It is Great Britain 9, Italy 7. As leading things off is Chamoy Christopher. He led off last inning by walking before a Sanders hit, a Flaherty walk, and a 2-run double with the bases loaded by Kennard Dawson. That opened the scoring, and Harry Ford slammed it shut with a 3-run shot. As Christopher will foul that one away. It is Christopher, Pritchard, and Flaherty duo. Pritchard batting in place of Sanders, who was removed due to injury after sliding in awkwardly at home, coming up holding his shoulder. 1-1 the count. Bassani still on the mound for Italy. No action behind him. Meanwhile, there is, or was action in the GB bullpen. Whoever it was just went and sat down. Fouled off by Chamoy Christopher there. And count is 1-2.
Having seen the lineup card in the Italian dugout, I suspect that Bassani will have a little bit of a leash here, not a super long one. Only 3 pitchers available behind him unless they go to someone really in a pinch.
That pitch misses low, and the count evens at 2. Chamoy has walked once, been hit by a pitch once. He's struck out. He's also scored a run, officially 0-for-1 on the day. Bassani delivers the 2-2. This is sent out towards the gap in left center field. Over is the center fielder, Cello, and he collides with the left fielder. That is Sella Rowley, but they will make the catch, and that is out number 1. Bit of a scary play out in the outfield, but the Italian outfielder's able to hold on to it.
From here, what I saw was 2 guys really excited to see each other. Bit of a running hug.
I mean, you know how lonely it can get out there in the outfield. You're separated by so much space.
It's true.
There was a bit of a shades of my Red Sox youth with Johnny Damon running into Mark DeRosa there. As Pritchard, in the game for the first time, fouls one off at the plate. He played in yesterday's game, pinch hitting in the 3rd inning, in the 2nd inning, although it was the 2nd time through the order in the 2nd inning, hence the confusion. Ended up with a 2-run single in that game. That was his senior debut. He's down in the count 0-2 at the moment.
Great for him to get some see some pitches from a good pitcher here before heading into the next round.
The 0-2 pitch from Bassani misses high and away, ball 1. Well outside, and not a good enough pitch to induce the swing and miss. Bassani comes set. He deals. This pitch is called 3rd strike as Pritchard is down looking. That the 11th strikeout, by Italian pitching by my count. And yet they trail in this one. That's how wild this contest has been.
And what a strange game with this amount of runs and you have that many punch-outs in a game. Just the hits, is that a hit or like big hit or punch?
It is. This game's had everything.
Yeah.
Barcelotti, 4 walks, 6 strikeouts. Cerez exactly half, 2 walks, 3 strikeouts. Bassani, 1 walk, 3 strikeouts.
First pitch to Flaherty is in for a strike. He walked and scored last inning. He is also 0 for 1 with a strikeout, a walk, and a run scored. Identical line to Chamoy Christopher. He's even been hit by a pitch. He chops this one off the plate foul. And quickly, Great Britain down to their final strike of the top of the 6th. As Bassani coming back from a mess of an inning. And certainly calming things down to the first 2 batters.
Veteran reliever in Serie A. He's played for 5 teams over his 10 seasons. 2.93 career ERA, 8.2 Ks per 9.
The 0-2 pitch misses low, 1-2 the count. I'm going to caveat what I'm about to say. This is unofficial. There is nothing in this. But just looking at the TQB, right now Sweden's is higher than Italy's. If that were to continue, even if Italy comes back to win this game, Great Britain and Sweden would advance.
Leave it up to baseball to have a complicated number, eh? A complicated stat or a complicated
I have no idea what
formula.
you're talking about. None at all. All I know is that I should not have given up math in high school.
Yeah, you and me both.
2-2 the count, 2 down. Flaherty waits the pitch. This is skied out towards left center field. Going back is Solari and making the catch. No, is Celli. Yes, he did make the catch. As he went down, it looked like he had let it go, but it ended up just making the catch around his belt, and the side is retired. So Flaherty gives it a ride, but it's just a long out. We head to the bottom of the 6th. 9-7, Great Britain leads Italy here on BaseballEurope.tv.
Svého cíle můžete plnit sny i ostatním. Stačí si stáhnout aplikaci App Pomáhej pohybem od skupiny ČES.
Česká baseballová asociace srdečně děkuje všem svým partnerům za podporu Eurobaseballu 2023 v České republice.
Bottom half of the 6th inning, the Celeroli, Garcia, and Celle due up for Italy, who trail in this one, 9-5 the score. We've had 3 half innings without a run, and frankly, gentlemen, this is getting boring.
Do something cool. Come on.
We've only had 16 runs through the first 5 frames, including a 7-run third inning, just for good measure. As the first pitch from Messer is high to Celeroli, his second at-bat for ball 1.
If anyone's going to continue that streak of zeros, it's Messer. He just looks superb out there.
Fastball misses the inside part of the plate. Count now 2-0. Celeroli entered the game for Poma in the 4th inning as a pinch hitter. He's taken over in left field. He singled and scored on the 2-run blast by Robel Garcia. That made it 7-4. And Great Britain mounting a massive comeback. And it's something I've talked about on other broadcasts, not that I expect other people having tuned into domestic British baseball, although we would love to have you, that there is absolutely no quit in a Drew Spencer team. This is the same team that was down by 7 runs to Spain, came back to tie it with 2 outs and 2 strikes in the 9th on a moonshot by Jaden Rudd, Toronto Blue Jays prospect, and then won it in the 10th inning on a sacrifice fly. We don't have all the numbers together, and I've asked Gabriel about this multiple times. It's a project that both of us want to work on, as he is with Project Cobb, the Chronicle of Great Britain, as Messer gets the strikeout of Celaroli, looking for out number 1, Messer's second strikeout. But there has to be a way to track the number of come-from-behind wins in Drew Spencer's career across all competitions. It is stunning. Over the last 5 years since he took over, or 4 years I should say, since he took over from Liam Carroll, who went on and is currently the manager of the Salem Red Sox. But Drew Spencer's teams do not quit. Doesn't matter who's on them, doesn't matter where they play. You cannot ever count them out.
That was one of the first things you said to me about his teams, too.
First pitch is in there for a strike to Garcia. Garcia's had a monster night. The only one who's had a better one is Harry Ford. 2 home runs, 3 runs batted in. He's been on base 3 times, 2 for 2 is Garcia. The 0-1 is grounded foul up the first base line. Messer struck out the last 2 batters. He got Paolini swinging, Celaroli looking. And if he can get Garcia here, that will be a big momentum shift, even though the game settled down. This is the man who can rile it back up.
I mean, he's the one who started the whole rally they had in the first place, wasn't it?
This foul back.
Pardon me. Foul ball right as I was agreeing. Home run to lead off the 3rd inning. At that point, Italy was down 4-1, and that absolute moonshot just set in forth the motion of Italian offense.
The 0-2 pitch again from Messer is just inside, framed well by Ford. Maybe perhaps a hair low. That consistent strike zone, it has been relatively low, but it has been consistent.
Tight but fair.
Tight but fair, exactly. We've had some great umpiring over the past 3 days from a crew mixed of European nations as this pitch misses inside, bouncing off the glove of Harry Ford.
I'd really like to see ump scorecards to mention the increasingly popular and informative Twitter account for these European Championship umpires. I was actually talking to one of the umpires about ump scorecards, and he was saying that, look, we're European Baseball Championship level umps. MLB umps are somewhere between about 86 to 96% accurate. 96 is a really amazing game. If we only make 3 mistakes a game, we're doing just at that same level. And I'd say we're not even looking at 3 mistakes a game. It's been a really, really well umpired tournament.
2-2 pitch coming from Messer. Breaking ball just misses inside, and the count runs full.
Messer's just dancing around the strike zone right now. It's fun to watch. And, I mean, Garcia is, like we said, we've obviously seen before, seeing a beach ball.
Not a bad tactic by Messer. Payoff pitch. He goes to the breaking ball and gets him on a called 3rd strike. Absolutely freezing Garcia, who knew it, nods, and walks away. And for Messer to get the second most on-fire batter of this game, that is a huge momentum boost for Great Britain.
Ford throwing down to 3rd, not even waiting for Garcia to move out of the way. Still frozen at the plate, and that pitch is down to 3rd to throw around the horn. Great to see GB enjoying itself.
Jelly receives the first pitch that skips off the glove of Ford into the backstop, ball 1. He is 1 for 3, 2 groundouts, 1 to short and 1 to 3rd. And a single in the first inning. He was erased on the inning-ending double play. 45 pitches for Messer so far in this one. He is primarily a reliever, but he can go multiple innings, as he has done here. And this is popped up over towards 3rd base. Flaherty now called off by Nick Ward, and he will make the catch. Kennard Dawson backing him up, and that will retire the side. 2 perfect innings so far for Messer. And we head to the 7th. The score 9-7, Great Britain over Italy, here on BaseballEurope.tv.
Na Šutflixu můžeš jednoduše stavět.
Kraj Vysočina. Každému sportovci na dosah.
Tyhle kluci něco dokázali, já jsem rád, že prostě je budu moct tady sledovat.
My máme svou cestu tady v Evropě, v Česku.
Na mistrovství Evropy si s týmem věříme.
Oni v sobě mají tak obrovský talent.
Určitě máme mladý tým, ale zároveň jsou to všichni kluci, kteří mají zkušenosti z Ameriky.
24. září začíná mistrovství Evropy v baseballu v Ostravě a v Brně. Držím palce, přijďte fandit, Honza Železný.
Top half of the 7th inning, 9-7, Great Britain leading Italy. As stepping into the box is Kennard Dawson. He had a 2-run double his last time up. He is 1 for 2, has also reached on a walk as he faces Bassani. Puts down the bunt, it's a good one over to the third base side. Third baseman is up with it. Garcia throws and the ball gets away. Dawson is headed for second. He will get there with a slide. He didn't need it as he was in there standing up. That will be an infield bunt single and an errant throw as Dawson would have been safe by any means. He was flying down the base paths. And as I was telling Ryan in between innings, what GB will do for pitching entirely depends on this inning. It would appear that the game plan is use the score runs play.
Yeah, the great way to start it off, right? Runner at second base, bottom of the order here. Mercer coming up. Let's hope we can move him around back up to the big dog Ford up at the top.
So runner in scoring position, a crucial insurance run. As coming to the plate is Mercer. Garcia in on the grass. I would expect a bunt as well. Meanwhile, over at first base, Mineo is playing back. And the first pitch is in there for a strike as Ray punched at it, but came up empty. Action in the Italian bullpen as Bassani up over 40 pitches. He's been knocked around a bit. He has allowed 3 runs. The 0-1, Mercer swings away and grounds it towards first. Up with it, Mineo. He'll take it to the bag himself, but it works just as well as a sacrifice. Great piece of hitting by Ray Mercer. As now up to third base is Dawson.
Official scoring on Dawson is exactly as Chris suggested. Bunt single, E5 on the throw.
Mm-hmm. And Mercer coming in, having a great quality at bat there, moving Dawson over to third base with less than 2 outs.
Bassani is not going to see Harry Ford again, and that makes perfect sense based on how far that home run was. So we will have a pitching change here. We'll be back here in a moment. Runner at third, 1 out. Leading Italy 9-7 here on BaseballEurope.tv.
Sportovní lezení prověří každý sval. Udrží Adam Ondra formu?
Poslouchej Sport. Radiožurnál Sport.
Na Šutflixu můžeš jednoduše stavět.
Kraj Vysočina. Každému sportovci na dosah.
Tyhle kluci něco dokázali, já jsem rád, že prostě je budu moct tady sledovat.
My máme svou cestu tady v Evropě, v Česku.
Na mistrovství Evropy si s týmem věříme.
Oni v sobě mají tak obrovský talent.
Určitě máme...
Back here in the top half of the 7th inning, runner at third base and one down. New pitcher on is Nick Davis, the Northeastern product. Now with Georgetown for his grad year, as he will face Harry Ford. And it's safe to say Harrison has had a day. 2 home runs, 4 RBIs, a walk and a strikeout. And he bats here with the infield in. And again, Italy giving him all of left field. We'll see what happens. Last time he didn't need it. He just powered it over the fence. First pitch misses inside, ball 1. Gabriel has the final line for Bassani, or almost the final line for Bassani.
2 1/3 innings, 4 hits. He's responsible for 3 runs and those runners on board. 1 walk and 3 strikeouts for Bassani.
Coming set is Davis. He kicks and delivers. Swung on and missed, as that was a good breaking ball. Ford swinging over it, 1-1.
Nick Davis had a great career for Northeastern, 4 years for the Huskies. Had a 5.24 ERA in that really, really tough Colonial Athletic Association. Struck out 47 in 55 innings.
1-1 pitch coming. Nearly gets away from the catcher, D'Orazio. He corrals it. That breaking pitch broke quite wide.
Very intriguing numbers this summer for North Shore Navigators of Lynn, Massachusetts of the New England Collegiate Baseball League. 22 Ks in 15 1/3. Did also walk 15.
I got a text message from one of my former colleagues at WMEB in Orono, Maine last night, who was Davis's student information director, actually their assistant athletic director, said Davis has great stuff. So a big shout out to Brandon Poli and the rest of the WMEB crew from back in the day. Those connections from college still paying dividends. 3-1 the count. Davis kicks and deals. This is sent out towards left field. Coming in is Cellulari. He slides to make the catch, but it will be deep enough. And in to score comes Kennard Dawson. Dawson scored 2 runs. Harry Ford has 5 RBIs, and it is now 10-7 Great Britain.
Yeah, doing absolutely everything he knows he has to do right there. Just get a ball in the air to left side, and obviously with how deep they're playing, yeah, just hit it to left side, hit it to the outfield, they'll score a run.
So now nobody on, 2 out. Infield retreats back to its normal left-handed shift for the lefty hitting Nick Ward. Ward's also had a home run today. He scored 2 runs. He's reached on an error, 2 for 4 on the day. And he bats here with the bases empty and 2 down. Davis kicks and delivers. Kind of a short arm delivery as the first pitch is in there for a strike.
Nick Davis, pardon me.
Go ahead.
Nick Davis had a quick tune-up against Hungary a couple days ago. 1 inning, 1 K.
Davis using that short delivery to hide the ball very well behind his shoulder. Almost a 3/4 style arm slot as the ball comes across his body as he delivers. Good deception, but he missed there. 1-1 the count. Davis again delivers, that time going to the breaking ball, and drops over the heart of the plate. 1-2 the count.
Something about Davis, too. He's standing on the third base side of the rubber as well, which is making that ball seem like it's coming from left field when he's letting go of that thing.
1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 out, 1 run home. The pitch, this is grounded back up the middle, now headed towards second. Paolini will flip it to first, and that will retire the side. But GB manufactures a run. The bunt single by Kennard Dawson, the error getting him to second, and the sacrifice fly by Harry Ford. It's time to stretch here in Trebich. 10-7, Great Britain leads Italy here on BaseballEurope.tv.
Svého cíle můžete plnit sny i ostatním. Stačí si stáhnout aplikaci App Pomáhej pohybem od skupiny ČES.
Česká baseballová asociace srdečně děkuje všem svým partnerům za podporu Eurobaseballu 2023 v České republice.
Bottom half of the seventh inning, it is Mineo, Frisia, and De Orazio due up for Italy. One defensive change for you. Kennard Dawson comes out of the game. Nashawn Thomas will take over in left field. Straight swap as Messer still on the hill. First pitch is in there for a strike to Mineo. Mineo walked in his last at-bat. Second time he will have faced Messer. And so far the only base runner allowed by the Cayman native.
8 consecutive batters set down by Messer. He has pitched now exactly 3 innings, allowed a single walk, and has 4 Ks. What a performance from Messer.
1-1 pitch misses outside, ball 2. Of course, Great Britain does have another very live arm in their bullpen in Joseph King, the Cardinals prospect, and he can bring it. I would not be shocked to see him go 2 innings in this one, but currently no action behind Messer, as this is hammered out towards right field and deep. Going over his Ben lead, he looks up, that's a foul ball, and Messer can breathe a sigh of relief as that curled foul over near the foul pole into the corner. We've had a lot of home runs in this game. It is very clear in this warm weather, the ball is absolutely flying.
You could see Messer just trying to push that ball foul too with his hand. Just give it a little, come on, just go foul. Go in that corner.
So the count now 2-2. Coming set is Messer. And this is slapped down back behind the third base side and out of play. The last 2.5 innings have just seen the 1 run, the insurance run for Great Britain. This is a 3-run game now. As Messer deals the 2-2, is just inside. Harry Ford might have tried to sell that a little too hard as the glove crossed the entire width of the plate, and the count runs full. Messer gets the sign. He rocks, kicks, and deals. This is grounded out towards second. On 2 hops, Singh has it. He will flip it to Pritchard at first, and that is out number 1. So Great Britain gets an out the way their offensive half of the 7th ends. Ground out to second. That will bring Frisia to the plate. Vito 2 for 3, a pair of singles and a run scored. That back in the third inning. Italy's 4-run third. Italy did have the 7-4 lead in this one. Great Britain led 1-0, then it was 1-1, then it was 4-1 Great Britain, then a 5-4 lead for Italy. They extended that to 7 before the 5-run fifth. That made it 9-7 Great Britain. They tack on the insurance run last half inning. And that's where things stand. 2-0 the count.
Still a lot of life in those sliders from Messer, too. Still fun to watch.
The 2-0 inside fastball, and the count runs full. We'll see if Messer, or excuse me, not full, 3-0. We'll see if Messer goes back to the fastball here. The 3-0 just misses inside, and that, the first base runner in 2 innings for Messer. And that will cause a little bit of stirring out in Great Britain's bullpen, as that was the 57th pitch of Messer's outing. Messer was a reliever during the European Championships in 2021, converted back to a starter for the London Mets. However, those games normally around the 60-pitch starting limit. So,
and having seen Messer earlier this year play at Hearts Falcons as that pitch comes in high, I can tell you that for Mercer, 60 pitches is often a complete game with 10 or 11 Ks. He is very impressive for the level.
I'm assuming you guys are talking about 7 innings, right? Not
7 innings.
Oh, okay, I was thinking, if you were talking about 9 innings, come on, man. What do we got?
Still, 7 complete innings, 65 pitches, I want to say, is what he threw against Hearts Falcons. In fact, I was thinking about this as he was warming up initially. It's just kind of fun to see a guy playing in just outside Hemel Hempstead, England, earlier in the year, and here he is in Třebíč. Same player, still looking very impressive.
1-1 pitch instead over to first Messer. Easily back is Frisia. Again, rather than step off, Messer decides to lob a throw over to first.
Gotta keep them guessing over their cotton.
A final now from Ostrava, where the Spanish have beat the Czech 9-0.
Foul tip into the mitt of D'Orazio. That is a 1-2 count. And with that, I believe that means Spain finishes top of Pool A. They will face whoever finishes second in this pool, Pool B. If things hold up, that will be either Italy or Sweden, as striking out there is D'Orazio. He waved at a pitch over the outside corner, and he's put down. 4th strikeout in the last 3 innings for Messer. 5th strikeout overall in his relief efforts.
Oh, that slider sure is sharp and firm, eh? Yeah. Just in the bottom half of the order, especially, just to give you that kind of like that butt out swing on the outer half of the plate.
As Joseph King starts to throw in the Great Britain bullpen, Mercury is up. He is 1 for 3. He had a double, but was stranded at third base in the second. Messer comes set. He's ignoring the runner at first. That power slider just misses off the plate. Ball 1.
An inning ago, you were discussing Liam Carroll and the steps that the program has taken and how impressive it has been under Drew Spencer, and I'll return to this thought in a moment.
This is fouled back. Looks like it got a piece of several people behind the plate, but it's just a painful strike.
Shake that one off, Mr. Umpire. We got ice.
You're going to hear that clang possibly on the broadcast. We could hear it here in the booth as they give the umpire a little minute there, which will allow me to return to my thought.
Jesse Guffey from Great Britain, also a member of the Los Angeles Dodgers organization, one of the trainers for Great Britain under head trainer Alan Dean, out to check on the umpiring crew.
Great to see the combined effort there as they give him just a moment. And I just thought it would be a nice time as we pause here to say hello to Liam, who's almost certainly listening. A fantastic job becoming the first ever British manager to manage in the affiliated leagues in the U.S., and certain he's listening along with longtime assistant Will Linton. So just saying hello to them. Thank you all for tuning in.
Ford gets the ball back to Messer. 1-1, the count remains. 63 pitches for Messer so far. Takes a long look over at first. Base runner being held on by Pritchard. 1-1, down in the dirt for ball 2. Pritchard is in relief of Sanders. Slid into the plate on the 2-run double by Dawson. Came up holding his shoulder. We'll not get an update on him during the game, but he was removed immediately after that. Kennard Dawson, meanwhile, coming out of the game, but that's a defensive swap for Nashawn Thomas. Not that Kennard Dawson is any slouch at defense, but Thomas has vastly more experience than the 21-year-old. That being said, Kennard Dawson has technically played for the Red Sox. Mind you, it was the HRDX competition in London. As the 2-1 slider over the outside corner for strike 2. That got the corner, but a bit of a delayed strike call. And now, with 2 outs and a man on first, a 2-2 count for Mercury with Batista waiting on deck. Long look to first by Messer. He comes set, kicks and delivers. 2-2 misses well away. Harry Ford scrambles to snag that before it hits the backstop, as that's where it was ticketed. And now the count runs full. Richard retreats. He'll no longer hold the runner Frisia on. But Frisia not really a running threat. However, with the full count, he'll be off with the pitch. Payoff pitch coming. Breaking ball, as Messer decided to change speeds completely, and it got a foul ball for his troubles. That was bold.
It's a pitch like that too, that as a pitcher you're frustrated that it got fouled off. You know, you're going, oh, I executed, I fooled him, and he somehow got some lumber on it.
That was a very interesting pitch selection from Messer. I wonder what we'll see here. Payoff pitch coming again. 2 outs, runner away from first. The pitch, slider misses, ball 4. Second free pass issued by Messer this inning. And we might start seeing fatigue as a factor. That was the 69th pitch of the game. And now Connor Brooks, the pitching coach for Great Britain, will head on out to the mound. As mentioned earlier, tomorrow is an off day for the entire tournament. The team's relocating to Brno as the home base for the second half of this tournament. A pool will play their game, the winner's bracket will play their games in Brno to start, while the consolation bracket, which is places 9 through 16th, they will play here in Trebek. We know Belgium will be one of those teams. We know that Hungary will be one of those. Now, mind you, Great Britain has also won second twice in the European Championship, most recently 2007. But between then and their 5th place finish in 2021, they spent a few years out in the wilds, and some of these teams that are currently in the 9 through 16 places could be the next great team here in Europe.
This is particularly true as there are several teams here that feature so many young players. Hungary comes to mind, Switzerland comes to mind, but Sweden also comes to mind.
Snap throw to first. Harry Ford nearly got Mercury napping, as he had to scramble back to first. Harry Ford does love a good snap throw, as that pitch was... Oh, he got him!
No, apologies. Nope. The home plate umpire called the strike. I was trying to give Chris shorthand in the booth, but as there were 2 plays going on, one at the plate and one at first, apologies, that was overly confusing.
So Messer now, count is 1-1.
0-1.
I have it as 0-1.
0-1.
We've got 1-0. This is getting confusing now.
The scoreboard says 1-0. It was not a clear call. I didn't actually see
This is slapped out towards right field. On his horse is Ben Lead. It will drop in front of him on a hop. Lead has it. Scoring all the way from second is Frisia. Over to third base is Mercury. And there's still life in Italy. It's now a 10-8 ball game. And the tying run is aboard at first base, as Italy is not done just yet.
Yeah, and Italy's past leadoff hitter going ahead in the 9 spot and getting the job done in a big situation for the club with 2 outs.
That will bring Paolini to the plate. He is 1 for 4, or 1 for 3 with a walk. As King continues to toss in the Great Britain bullpen. First pitch from Messer misses away, ball 1.
Just want to point out that nice hit by Nathaniel Batista moved down from the 1 slot to the 9 spot is the first hit that Chris Messer has ever given up in a European Championship in 23 at-bats, covering a total of 25 plate appearances.
Not bad for a couple days' work there.
Indeed.
2-0 the count now as Paolini takes another ball. 72 pitches so far for Messer. Great Britain playing straight up with 2 outs. As the 2-0 comes in, this is fouled back for a strike. As just getting a piece of that was Paolini off the top of the bat.
You could see Messer there shaking off Ford behind the dish there. Ford wanted the breaking ball. Messer opted for the fastball. I think he just wanted to go with something he felt like he was confident in to get a swing right there.
2-1 now the count. Lead off first by Batista. Mercury attempting to distract Messer, and instead, it looks like, we'll see what the call is here. Either the ball skipped in the dirt, and I believe that's what happened. It did look for a second like it hit Paolini's shin guard, but a hit batter here, not exactly what Italy's looking for, and they wouldn't make a case of it. So the count now 3-1.
That was a heck of a block by Ford right there. Holy smokes. Way to keep the runner going and also keep this a 2-run ball game because that was a tough pitch.
The way it ricocheted, it looked like it absolutely hit him. Harry with good awareness as Messer pumps a strike in.
All the more impressive, too, considering Paolini was dancing over the plate trying to get out of the way of that. Somehow Ford not screamed on that. Really, really just impressive, keeping his eyes on the ball.
Runners at the corners, 2 outs, 1 run home, tying run at first base, full count. Messer comes to the set, he deals, and this is foul back. We'll do it again. As this is another good battle here. The Italian batters are certainly getting a good look at Messer this time through the order. Couple of walks in the inning. Really the only inning where he's run into trouble. He has issued 3 free passes. That goes with 5 strikeouts so far.
It's a gut pitch right here. Got to go in there. Come on, have that confidence. You're going to get the guy out.
Payoff pitch again. Breaking ball. This is skied out toward shallow center field. Giving chase is Ray Mercer. He hauls it in, and that will retire the side. Italy gets 1 run back, but they strand the tying run at first base, and we're through 7 here at Trebich. The score, 10-8. Great Britain over Italy here on BaseballEurope.tv.
Sportovní lezení prověří každý sval. Udrží Adam Ondra formu?
Poslouchej Sport. Radiožurnál Sport.
Top half of the 8th inning. The score 10-8. Great Britain leads Italy in what has been a fantastic contest here at the 2023 European Championships. It'll be Aaron Singh, Ben Lead, and Chamoy Christopher due up for Great Britain, the 3, 4, and 5 hitters against Nick Davis. And the first pitch skips off the glove of the catcher. That's ball 1 here to start the 8th. In an update from the game we saw earlier, Spain defeated the Czech Republic 9-0, as Gabriel said, giving Spain the win of Pool A. They will face the second-place team out of Pool B. We do not know who that is yet. It will either be Sweden or Italy, depending on how this game goes. Of course, if Great Britain wins, they are the 1 seed. As the count now 1-2 after Singh takes a big hack at the third pitch he sees. That would mean that Great Britain would face Czechia at home in Brno on Thursday. If everything holds up, the 1-2 swung on and missed. Swing with a big hack, but he comes up empty. His third strikeout of the game. And that is out number 1 here in the 8th. And with all of the positives that Great Britain has had today, you got to feel for Aaron Singh. He's certainly giving it all he's got, but so far he's come up empty. And this is, I will say, this is eerily similar to what happened in the 2021 championship when suddenly he flipped the switch and set the world on fire as Ben Lead comes up. First pitch fouled back, and he's quickly behind 0-1.
You know, and I alluded to that before about just finding that first hit, you know, whether it's a bloop or a barrel, just something to get you on base going, all right, now we go.
Davis, with a long look in, gets the sign he likes, comes set by the belt, quickly kicks, and this is launched out towards left field. It's getting down for a base hit. Over is the left fielder, as that is Ben Lead's first hit of the day. Good to see him break the 0 for 3 that he was sitting on with the walk.
That's the kind of hit which, going into the next game, really gives you a lot of confidence. And that little mini slump, particularly after having been rewarded with the 4 spot in the batting order. That's exactly what Drew Spencer put him in there for, is to start to get hot.
That brings Chamoy Christopher to the plate. Christopher has been on base twice, officially 0 for 2 with a run scored. He'll take a ball. He has seen quite a few pitches outside of the zone. By my count, he has seen 8, not including the 9th one that put him on base for the unintentional pass. 1-0, big hack that time, but he comes up empty. The count 1-1. Chamoy has some power and has demonstrated quite a bit of power this year from both sides of the plate with the Sioux Falls Canaries. He's yet to translate that into power for Great Britain, however. He swings and misses again. Challenge fastball by Davis, and count 1-2.
Excellent location on that one there, just expanding the zone east, from our point of view.
Which is actually east, so that is convenient.
Hey.
The 1-2 pitch coming from Davis, big hack. But Chamoy comes up empty. He strikes out. And that is out number 2 in the inning. By my count, that is the 14th strikeout for Great Britain. Actually, 13th strikeout, I believe. And it's pretty impressive that Great Britain has struck out 13 times, scored 10 times here in the 8th.
Online scorebook just updating to say that is in fact the 14th strikeout. You should have gone
right
with
the
your
first time.
gut, indeed.
Fouled back here by Pritchard, his second at-bat. There's that strikeout I was missing. He struck out in his first at-bat after taking over for Sanders. That was back in the 6th inning.
Quietly, excellent job by Nick Davis coming in, striking out 2. He did go up that single to left, but only hard contact thus far, with the exception of that nice line drive by Harry Ford.
Snap throw by D'Orazio back to first, but back safely is Lead, as his lead was short.
You love those jokes. I know you do. It's okay.
How can I avoid them?
You can't. This is given to you.
Give me a way out, and I will take it. 1-1 the count. Davis delivers, and swinging through that one is Pritchard. 0-2. Now Great Britain 1 strike away from their 15th K of the day in a game that they're leading. Baseball's a fun game.
Talk about timely hitting, though. My goodness.
1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 out. Runner leads off first. This is fouled off the mask of Italy's D'Orazio, and will do it again.
Davis really dialed up that fastball, and it looked like he was coming out of his midsection when it delivered. Really kept that arm close as he has been, but even more pronounced on that last pitch.
Action in the Italian bullpen. Meanwhile, it appears King is ready for Great Britain. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Runner off first. The pitch again misses. And the count now even as to the breaking ball goes Davis, but instead plate it finds dirt. Pritchard, right-handed bat. Long look out. Comes set. Does Davis. The 2-2. This is skied out toward shallow right field. Looks like it's hooking into foul territory. And the first baseman, Mineo, makes a nice catch behind his back to retire Pritchard for the 3rd and final out. Great Britain gets a hit. They strand a man aboard. We're going to the bottom of the 8th. 10-8. Great Britain leads Italy here on BaseballEurope.tv.
Sportovní lezení prověří každý sval. Udrží Adam Ondra formu?
Poslouchej Sport. Radiožurnál Sport.
Čeští basebalisté budou od neděle 24. září bojovat na domácí půdě o titul mistrů Evropy.
Makat a nedívat se na všechny kolem sebe.
Ten baseball u nás není tak známý a normálně jsem jako fakt hrdý a šťastný.
Všechny české zápasy a vyvrcholení turnaje můžete sledovat živě na ČT Sport a ČT Sport Plus.
Bottom half of the 8th inning, new pitcher on the hill for Great Britain. It is not, however, Joseph King, who we expected, but instead it is Jake Lambden making his senior debut on the mound. We have seen him play the field a couple times, particularly yesterday against Hungary when he came in to play third base. But Lambden, who is one of the standout pitchers for the U23 team and is attending Xavier University this coming semester, is on the mound now. He takes over for Messer. Messer, 4 innings, 1 hit. His first hit, as Gabriel mentioned, in more than 20 batters faced. He allowed 1 run. It was earned, 3 walks, and 5 strikeouts. And he is in line currently for the win, as he shut the door after a very tough outing by Ethan Solomon, which point, when Solomon left, Italy was up by 3. They now trail by 2, and there's been a whole lot more scoring in the interim. Lambden ready to go here.
I love watching young guys with electric arms. That's fun to watch. I'm excited to see what Lambden can bring to the table here right now. I saw him throw the hard slider, a late break on it with some good downward action. I think he threw like some sort of changeup split thing that just took off as well. So looking forward to seeing this inning here.
First time we've seen Jake Lambden. He kicks and delivers, working out of the stretch, and the first fastball zips in there for a strike. It is Celeroli up. He has had 2 at-bats since coming in as a pinch hitter. He is 1 for 2, a strikeout and a single. He did score a run, and Lambden quickly ahead in the count, 0-2.
Lambden had a short appearance, but it was a very important one in the U23 tournament as it gave him a look at the Netherlands. He pitched 2/3 of a scoreless inning to close out the game, struck out a batter to end things.
0-2 pitch down in the dirt, swinging anyway is Celeroli. The Ford will fire over to first. Lambden has a strikeout on 3 pitches. The out goes 2-3, and Italy has 5 outs left to work with.
Yeah, absolute electricity out of him there. I think it's kind of one of those funny things as a batter. You don't expect the ball that lands at 50 feet. So it just almost catches you by surprise. And you're like, oh, I'm already going. What's happening? And then there's a punch out, unfortunately.
That will bring up Garcia. 2 home runs, 3 runs batted in. 2-4-3 on the day. He's also reached base by getting hit by a pitch. First pitch from Lambden is outside and high, ball 1. Want to make a special mention of the crowd in Ostrava earlier today. 6,344 people watching Czech baseball as the Czechia faced off against Spain. That is an incredible number for a European championship.
Those games in Ostrava at Arrows Field have been sold out in most cases for weeks in the games involving the Czech teams. There's an unbelievable amount of hype here in Moravia for this exciting Czech team. Really, really cool to see multiple sellouts for them. And frankly, tonight must be a sellout here as well. Slightly smaller area of seating, but still great to see so many fans coming out.
Lambden's fallen behind 3-0 now. Waiting on deck is Chelly, but Great Britain would much rather face him with a man on than they would to have him go yard again and make this a 1-run game. That pitch is just low, and it's a 4-pitch walk to Garcia. And Jake Lambden will tell himself, as will the rest of the team, that that's a walk you will gladly take, even if it does bring up the tying run.
Yeah, last thing you want to do is go ahead and give that Team Italy, a little bit more momentum.
So now the tying run at the plate in the form of Chelly, who is 1 for 4 on the day. Single back in the first inning, since then ground out to short, ground out to third, and a fly out to deep short, halfway into left field. A nice play made by Nick Ward to call off Dawson and Flaherty. Lambden gets crossed up with Ford there. Harry Ford, not a member of the U23 team this summer. He was playing professionally for the Everett Aqua Sox instead. So a new catching-pitching tandem here, taking them a little bit of time to get on the same page. The ironic thing is the pitching-catching tandem here is 42 years old. Ethan Solomon, who pitched earlier today, 43.
You have that stat written down there? Because that's an incredible one. Wow.
Absolutely not.
Okay. Oh, my gosh.
Of course, Solomon not even close to the oldest player in this tournament. That belongs to Greece. Eric Papas, 57 years old. He left professional baseball in 1996, or shall I say affiliated baseball in 1996. Did spend some time in the majors. And for his sake, we won't tell you how old we were when he last played in the big leagues.
I will say, however, not only do I remember him playing, I have many of his cards, and I actually have a card of his dad, Milt Papas, and when I saw his age, I thought, do they mean Eric or do they mean Milt? And then I thought, wait a second, how old am I?
Count is 1-1 to Chelly. As very short lead for Garcia over at first. This is foul back over us for strike 2. As Lambden works to the third batter of the inning. King is throwing in the GV pen. It would be unlikely to see anyone but him for this final inning. Then again, I've been calling for King for, 4 innings at this point. So what do I know? Is this pitch in the dirt? Evens the count at 2-2.
Really says a lot about what Drew Spencer and the rest of the senior national team who also spend a significant amount of time with the U23s think about Lambden as a two-way player, because we've seen him in the field already in this tournament. He's now on the mound in what is a safe situation. It's only the 8th inning, but it's a safe situation. Really, really nice statement of confidence in this young man.
Of course, Drew Spencer, also the manager of the U23 team. Connor Brooks, the pitching coach. As late time called, as Lambden had already started his throwing motion. He's able to put it in his pocket. That's a dangerous time call. He kicks and delivers now and very nearly hits Jelly. That'll be the last time he calls time, as that was up and in. A very defensive swing and a high inside fastball.
You know, you brought up the pitching catching battery here and how Ford wasn't at the U23s, but I mean, after the block balls that I've seen him get for Lambden, like that, it's just confidence within itself. You're just knowing that, like, okay, this guy's got me.
2-2 pitch coming. It misses inside, running the count full. Not a bad shout by Lambden. Can't get burnt that far inside, but he couldn't induce the swing.
Hey, but that's still a competitive pitch, right? Like, if it's inside, move his feet, right? That sets up the outer part of the plate, or even to come back inside again. It leaves you with more options than just dirting a ball or something, or leaving it way up.
We'll see if we see the off-speed pitch here, which would be confidence well beyond both their years. Then again, with this talent, who knows? Payoff pitch, it is the breaking ball. Swing and a miss. And Lambden gets out number 2. They dialed that one up and completely fooled Jelly. That was a nasty slider.
And considering that, like, before, Lambden didn't really get that pitch that close in the previous at-bat, and even during that bat, that's one that he dirted way down and away. And for him to go 3-2, have the confidence, Harry Ford back there going, come on, kid, let's go. You got this. Let's go.
Come on, kid, to a kid who's 2 years older than him.
Come on, dude.
1 on, 2 out, popped up, out toward shallow center field. In comes Ray Mercer. He calls off everyone, and the side is retired. We head to the 9th inning. Great Britain 10, Italy 8, here on BaseballEurope.tv.
Car for Way k půjčení v ulicích Prahy a Brna. Stačí ti k tomu jenom mobil. To je Car for Way Car Sharing, sponzor pořadu.
Kraj Vysočina. Každému sportovci na dosah.
Na Šutflixu můžeš jednoduše stavět.
Top half of the 9th inning. Thank you for joining us here on BaseballEurope.tv. Chris Knobloch alongside Gabriel Fiedler and Ryan Johnson. It's been a fantastic game. 10-8, Great Britain leads Italy in the GB half of the 9th. New pitcher on for Italy. It is Marco Artuzzi, and he will enter the game in relief of Davis. Final line coming from Gabriel in a moment as our Titsi kicks and deals. Artitsu, excuse me. As first pitch here.
Love European tournaments.
Davis finished with a solid 1 2/3 innings. Only 1 hit, no walks allowed, no runs, 2 strikeouts. Really nice job by the Italian right-hander.
It is Flaherty leading things off. Nashawn Thomas waiting on deck. It will be his first at bat. Then Ray Mercer due up. 1-1 the count to Flaherty.
Artitsu had a 2/3 of it.
One.
Artitsu, only 21, but already 3 years in Serie A. 1 year for Senegal, 2 years for Grosseto, as a bit of a all-inning kind of pitcher.
1-2 pitch coming. This is popped up foul. Back and out of play. That first pitch called a late strike. As we get towards the late time of the evening. This is certainly one of the longest games we've had, as we are approaching the 4-hour mark. And to mention, there have been only 9 games in the majors this year that have been over 3 hours and 30 minutes. So everyone's getting their money's worth tonight. And also, there needs to be another beer delivery to the stadium relatively soon.
Luckily, I love this country because they don't stop selling beer.
1-2 pitch is breaking ball that doesn't break. That evens the count at 2. In the Italian half of the 9th inning, they have Frisia, D'Orazio, and Mercury due up. And it will be their last gasp here. We won't know right away who is the number 2 team, as that pitch misses up and in to run the count full to Flaherty. As the calculations will be done by the WBSC Europe, the official calculations. We can give you an update on our admittedly not official calculations as we take a look here. As this pitch is lined back up the middle, that'll get down for a base hit. Flaherty with a big turn at first. He'll retreat, but that is a leadoff single for Great Britain as they look to put the lead back up. It was 10-7 before Italy scored in the 7th inning, thanks to the insurance run by Harry Ford. And now Nashawn Thomas will bat for the first time. Switch hitter batting from the left side. He takes over for Kennard Dawson, who had an excellent day. 2 hits, 2 runs scored, 2 RBIs, also a walk, 2 for 3 overall. Now, with our unofficial calculations coming in, as first pitch misses, ball 1 to Thomas. Currently, according to our calculations, we have Great Britain with a TQB, again unofficial, of .72. Italy, as this pitch just misses, ball 2. Italy has a TQB of negative 0.88, and Sweden would have a 0.16, meaning that Great Britain and Sweden would advance, and Italy could finish no higher than 9th place. Again, unofficial. This is just our calculations on the fly, and a little help from Microsoft Excel, but that's what we are seeing right now in terms of Pool B. As a pitch just misses, a 4-pitch walk to Nashawn Thomas, and Nate heads over to first. 2 on, nobody out, and Italy will have their pitching coach come out to the mound for a visit.
Nate has appeared in both of the previous games, pinch runner against Sweden, and then appearing at second base against Hungary later in the game. He had a triple in his first at-bat, and then he was hit in the second by a really soft breaking pitch, and at the time, the look on his face said something along the lines of, I really wanted to get to swing. Well, here he has absolutely nothing to hit once again.
Very brief mound visit. Although, as the pitching coach departs, catcher D'Orazio still out there with a couple extra words for Artitsu. And now he'll retreat back behind the dish.
You know, I think if you would have put on my bingo card that this game would have been almost 4 hours, yeah, I would have probably called you a liar for sure. I was telling a coworker of mine today, he was asking, how long is the game going to be? And I was like, well, two of the best teams going at it. I can see it being about 2.5 hours, maybe 3.
But for a nearly 4-hour game, as this is lined out towards left field, that gets down for a base hit. Up to third base is Flaherty, and Thomas will roll into second as Ray Mercer, takes the first pitch he sees and sends that out to left field. That is Mercer's second hit as a member of the senior team, and that will load the bases with nobody out for Great Britain. And to your point about a 4-hour game, it has not really felt like a 4-hour game. It has not dragged. It has not been dull. Apart from the stretch of 2.5 innings that saw no runs, it has been a high-scoring, high-octane, high-strikeout game.
And those are, all the runs have been earned, too, with I think exception to one, maybe. But again, just high offense, guys earning runs at the plate by hitting the ball.
Italy bringing in the corners. Middle infield double play depth. They will trade the out for the double play as Harry Ford at the dish. And he has the ability and the opportunity to do some real damage here. Not that he hasn't already. 5 runs batted in, 2 home runs, 2 runs scored, 2 stolen bases. Is there anything that Harrison cannot do? Well, we haven't found it yet. The 1-0. This is skied out towards shallow left center field. Should be deep enough to score the run. Over is the left fielder, Celeroli. He will make the catch. The throw comes into second, and that's another RBI, another sac fly for Harry Ford. 6 runs batted in. As in to score is Flaherty. It's now 11-8 Great Britain.
Really have to tip your cap to the bottom of this GB lineup, like just giving opportunities to the top of the lineup with no outs, right? Harry Ford wouldn't have all those RBIs were not for the bottom of the lineup getting on base.
That's absolutely right. Great job in that lower half. Kennard Dawson with 2 hits and a walk. Michael Flaherty with a hit, walk, and a hit by pitch. Ray Mercer only 1 hit, but also doing a crucial job moving a runner over in the 7th and setting up the top of the lineup so well.
Runners at first and second, 1 out. Nick Ward, who also has a home run in this one. That was way back in the first inning, nearly 4 hours ago. As first pitch to him misses outside, ball 1. Aaron Singh waiting on deck, and you know he would love one more crack at this, given how tough the day he's had.
Ward 5 for 9 in the tournament. What a hot bat, almost lost behind Harry Ford in the relentless string of great hitters that GB has featured.
1-0. Good swing by Ward. Having rhyming at the top of the lineup can get confusing, but he fouls that one back and out of play.
I thought when we headed into the top of the third and you said it's Ford, Ward, and Sing up, I just thought that just really rolls off the tongue.
I thought it's the name of a band.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, Ford, Ward,
There's
and
still
Sing.
time, gentlemen.
Yeah, what can't Ford do?
1-1 pitch coming. Breaking ball over the outside corner for a strike.
Long delay on that call. I think we'd all pretty much given up on having a strike call on that one, but a really pretty pitch.
With that run scored by Great Britain, Italy's TQB, again unofficially, drops to -1. Not that it would particularly matter. Italy would be 1-2, and Sweden would advance.
Mm-hmm.
So actually, the TQB calculation is almost out of this one, unless Italy comes back to take the lead.
And I wish the fans at home could see that unofficial TQB chart, because that's the most official, unofficial chart I've ever seen in my life on Excel.
I like an Excel chart. The 1-2 just misses outside. That'll even the count at 2-2. You've also seen the longhand math version of this, which did not go nearly as well. It was in the notebook, and let me tell you, it was incredibly wrong.
No.
It is a sheet covered in numbers in multiple colors with a big line all the way across.
No, I'm good, dude.
2-2 pitch coming. Ward snaps that foul up the first base line, a roll all the way to the right field wall, and out of play.
While we're on the topic, though, Chris has been extremely generous in saying our TQB calculations. Chris, to not exaggerate in the slightest, spent multiple hours putting this together, and I wouldn't be a bit surprised to see if that WBSC's calculator does not look any fancier, and Chris has put in a huge amount of work. I know how difficult it is to calculate TQBs because when it was first introduced in the World Baseball Classic a couple classics ago, I calculated it.
2-2 pitch is sent out towards deep center field. Runners have to retreat. They were off with the pitch. Under it is the center fielder, Chelly. He will make the catch, and Ward is retired. So Ward, since the third inning, is 0 for 4. That makes him 2 for 6 on the night, as now 2 down, and Aaron Singh will get that at bat. And he is looking to break out of what can only be described as a slump now. The 3 strikeouts today. He did walk and score. That was back in the third inning. Still a catalyst for this team. He has the opportunity here to add some big-time insurance for Great Britain. First pitch, it's no pitch, as again, late time granted. That's the second time we've had very late time granted. And this time our Titsi had to deliver the pitch, as Lambden able to hold his fire.
Before we get that official first pitch, just a quick point on Nick Ward. That is a 410-foot out.
First pitch is over the outside corner for a strike.
Yeah, and yet another barrel, right? And so if Singh coming up to the plate, seeing Ford barrel, Ward barrel, and then that's just got to give you a little vote of confidence that he's missing a ball over the plate right now.
0-1 the count. Second baseman Paolini shades over as Thomas took an extra step or two, and Artizzi will take a step off the mound. Now he comes set, again staring at Nashawn Thomas, and this is popped up. Over towards second base, Paolini is under it, and the side is retired. We head to the bottom of the ninth. Great Britain leads by 3. It's 11-8 Great Britain over Italy here on BaseballEurope.tv.
Car for Way k půjčení v ulicích Prahy a Brna. Stačí ti k tomu jenom mobil. To je Car for Way Car Sharing, sponzor pořadu.
Kraj Vysočina. Každému sportovci na dosah.
Na Šutflixu můžeš jednoduše stavět.
Half of the ninth inning, the score 11-8. Great Britain has the lead. It is not Joseph King, but Demoy Hodge who will take things over for Great Britain on the mound as he comes in to really shut the door. It is a save situation. Great Britain only up by 3 runs, and Hodge being trusted here in what is his senior debut. He also played for the U23 team this year. Gabriel, you have Jake Lambden's final line.
I do. He had 1 inning, walked a batter, struck out 2 in his rookie outing for the seniors.
So Demoy Hodge will take the ball here. His first senior appearance as mentioned. And he will face Frisia, DeOrazio, and Mercury. Coming set. He delivers first pitch. A sharp fastball, but it just misses high. Ball 1. Hodge, not the Los Angeles Lakers player. Spelled differently. D-E-M-O-I, not D''M-O-I. Of course, D''M-O-I. Hodge is a British player for the Los Angeles Lakers. So 2 Demoy Hodges doing well for Great Britain. As the count now 2-0. He is the cousin of Chamoy Christopher, designated hitter here tonight. And with this appearance, he becomes the 5th ever player from the British Virgin Islands to appear for the Great Britain senior national team. That also means that with his appearance, every single player from a British overseas territory on the roster, again, all eligible to represent Great Britain as they hold British passports. All British overseas territories part of Great Britain, as the 3-0 pitch is in there for a strike, late strike call. That means every single player from the islands has made it in the game. That will be Christopher, Mercer, Dawson, Thomas, Hodge, and Messer. As that pitch misses away, ball 4. And a leadoff walk for Frisia. A tying run now on deck.
Frisia's seen 22 pitches today, walked twice, gotten on base 4 times. Solid effort out of the 6th spot. Can give you 2 finals from the remaining games. Netherlands defeats Croatia 15-2 in Brno. Germany hangs on to defeat a late rallying Switzerland 15-5 in the full 9 innings.
And a very interesting matchup. Switzerland doing an excellent job in their debut in the senior A pool, as it's called, of the European Championships. First pitch from Demoy Hodge to DiArazzo is in there for a strike. Runner at first not being held on. Demoy, a slow set, and misses what looked like a breaking ball, but snapped like a fastball. Count 1-1. That pitch just misses. 2-1 the count.
Love to see him get back in the zone here. I think maybe just trying a bit too hard, trying to pump up a bit too much gas right now. Just get this thing over the plate, especially at the bottom of the order.
2 balls, 1 strike. Hodge delivers. Big cut. And he just gets a piece, sending it right into the screen behind the plate. That leaving the count at 2.
Yeah, fans were not phased back there either, right? Just went, yeah, we'll eat that ball.
If Great Britain holds on here, it will, as Gabriel said earlier, be their first ever win against Italy. This is the first time they faced this Italian team in 9 years. The 2-2 swung on and missed. Pulling the string on a beautiful changeup is Demoy Hodge, and that is out number 1 as he induces a big swing and a miss. And Great Britain is 2 outs away from clinching the top of Pool A.
Yeah, that pitch was absolutely disgusting. Top, bottom, bit of arm side run on it, and had D'Orazio completely fooled there.
So 1 down, runner still at first base. That brings Mercury up. He is 1 for 3. Walked his last time up, had the double. That was back in the 2nd inning. Takes fastball high for ball 1.
Worth noting a little belatedly, that was apparently Cesare Astori at the plate.
Oh.
It was no signal given that we could see any of us.
So Astori gets the strikeout. I'm sure De Orazio will appreciate that.
Particularly given that he had a pretty rough day at the plate himself.
2-0 now the count. Hodge comes set by the belt as he rocks, settles, kicks, and fires. And that fastball just misses low.
Really a tough zone for today for pitchers, as we've seen with the amount of pitches that have been thrown, pitchers that have also came into the rotation today. Really hitter-friendly count, also with calling times as well.
It speaks to the confidence of Drew Spencer right now that he has no one warming behind Hodge. The 3-0 pitch is low, ball 4. And now there are 2 on, and that means the tying run will come to the plate. And we'll see who it is. It is going to be Batista batting for himself. No action in the GB bullpen. 2 on, 1 out. Double play ends it. And we'll see how they pitch to Batista. Batista's had a good day. 3 RBIs on 2 hits. 2 for 4 overall. Including that RBI single his last time up in the 7th. Hodge nods as he gets the sign he likes. Comes set, kicks, and delivers. And this is fouled straight back. Late swing by Batista for strike 1.
Batista 4 for 12 with 3 walks in the tournament thus far.
Great Britain would clinch top of Pool A and a date with Czechia in Brno on Thursday.
In front of a sold-out crowd, no doubt.
Absolutely. The 0-1 just misses high, 1-1 the count. Meanwhile, Italy would go on to face the lowest seeded team from Pool A. That would be Austria. If everything holds up. Sweden would advance as well. They would face Spain. 1-1. Waved at and missed. As Hodge goes outside the zone, Batista went chasing, and it's a 1-2 pitch. A 1-2 count, I should say.
I saw clarification on just how high the attendance was in Ostrava today, and the more than 6,000 in attendance is reckoned to be, by Baseball Stats CZ, one of the great accounts out here, as top 3 for sure. No actual official confirmation, but 6,000 a great figure. Really great for Czechia.
2-2 the count, as missing down low was Hodge. Waiting on deck is Paolini. Would be his 6th at-bat. This has not been an elegant game, but it has had plenty of high points. Great Britain has struck out 8, as this is lined in the gap between short and third base. And station to station goes Italy. Now the tying run is at first base. The winning run will come to the plate on the single by Batista, his 3rd knock of the night. And Great Britain finds themselves in a bit of a jam here with 2 outs left to get.
Unfortunately, Great Britain fans kind of holding their breath right now at this moment.
So that brings Paolini to the plate. He singled in the 1st inning, then walked in the 2nd inning. That was against Ethan Solomon. Then in the 3rd inning, he lined out to 2nd. He struck out in the 5th, and he's flown out to center. That came in the 7th. Infield at double play depth. That would end the game. First pitch misses low and inside. Ball 1.
Great changeup, though. A lot of confidence in that pitch. That's obviously his go-to thing. So if he can get that pitch over for a strike, we've already seen the Italian hitters not all about that business.
Hodge waits for the sign from Ford. He gets the one he wants. Comes set down by the belt. He kicks and delivers. And no, just misses the outside corner, 2-0. And that, one of the closer calls we've seen all night. As Harry Ford set up just on the outside part of the plate. Hodge hit his glove perfectly, but it just missed. So now Hodge down in the count, 2-0. He kicks and delivers And that pitch runs away, but grabs the outside corner for called strike. That might be a little bit of a makeup call, as both the last two pitches close, and ends up with a ball and a strike. Hodge comes set. Runners on every base take their leads, the 2-1. Just misses. And the count is 3-1, as Paolini perhaps added a little bit of a theatrical move to sell that was a ball.
You got to make that money one way or another, you know?
Three balls, one strike the count, one out. Runners lead off every base. Hodge delivers, gets the swing and the miss using that changeup again. And now the count runs full, 3 balls and 2 strikes. Again, a lot of confidence in that changeup.
That's a great pitch right there. 3-1. Love it. Absolutely love it. Kept the arm speed up. Legs look the same. Great execution.
Hodge comes set. Payoff pitch coming. We'll see if the runners are moving. And that one gets away from Harry Ford. It was down in the dirt. Doesn't matter. It's ball 4. And Hodge walks in a run, and it's now an 11-9 ball game. As in to score is Frisia. Everyone goes station to station. And now 11-9 the score. And we are looking down to see if there's any action in the GB bullpen. So far, there is not. This is Des Moines' game to win or lose. And now the tying run at second base in scoring position. The winning run over at first base. That being said, the TQB would come right back into play if Italy were to take the lead and win this game. And it would look like, again, not official, both Great Britain and Italy would advance. We will see what the final calculation is. This pitch high and inside, as Celeroli nearly gets hit in the helmet. And now Connor Brooks comes jogging out, pitching coach for Great Britain, to talk to Hodge, who has a case of the jitters, it looks like, as Harry Ford walks out, grabs him by the waist, and tries to reassure him.
A very curious decision to leave this the pitcher in here, considering what happened to Solomon before. You know, left that leash a little bit too long, and then next thing you know, game almost looked like it got out of control for a bit there. So I'm surprised they're leaving this fella in here right now. But again, if they're automatically going to make it into the next round within reason, because I mean, again, unless they even if they hit a grand slam here, it's not going to put them up 5 to knock them out of the tournament. So I guess they're looking at this like, okay, will we save King? Save those bullets just in case we run into Italy again. We have this guy in our pen they haven't seen, who's our dog.
Hodge takes a trip back behind the mound, settles himself, now toes the rubber. Looks in at Harry Ford, not going to wait for a sign this time. They've already discussed it. He comes to the set, kicks and delivers the 1-0. He is in there for a strike as he nabs the inside part of the plate. 1-1 the count. Runner at third base is Mercury. Runner at second base is Batista. He is the tying run. The winning run, Paolini, is over at first. Setting again is Hodge. He deals. This is sent out towards left field. Taking a step back is Nashawn Thomas. He has it. That is out number 2. Tagging and scoring, however, is Mercury, and it's 11-10, and now the tying run is at second base, but with 2 outs.
Interesting, before that pitch, Harry Ford pounded the dirt with both hands and then gave a fist pump directly to Hodge on the mound, clearly trying to fire him up. Hodge then asked him to run through the signals again, ran through them once, and then he did kind of a motion with his hands. Boy, did that sequence work out well of the kind of behind-the-scenes effort that these two teammates have.
Yeah, and it's stuff like that, being from a pitcher's perspective, that just gives you that second wave of confidence that you need sometimes.
So now, 2 outs, 2 on, tying run at second, winning run at first. At the plate is Garcia. He has 2 home runs on the day. This is the matchup, pitcher versus hitter, And Des Moines Hodge kicks and delivers. First pitch is in there for strike one. Drew Spencer often will put as much trust as possible in his players. That is what he has given Des Moines Hodge here, and we will see if it pays off. Runners take their leads. Off second goes Batista. Off first goes Paolini. Coming set is Hodge. He kicks and delivers. Swung on and missed as he gets a great cut from Garcia, who comes up empty, and Italy is down to their final strike. Hodge ready to go. He's got the ball. He's got the toe on the rubber. Runners take their leads. Rotating the ball. Hodge comes set. 0-2 pitch. Bounced in there. Nice block by Harry Ford as he snaps a throw back to second. But back safely is Batista.
God, man, with four behind the dish, no one's safe, huh? Like, nobody's safe.
No pitcher is safe. No defender is safe. No base runner is safe.
That was an incredibly quick snap throw.
Not to mention the block, man.
It is not often you see a 5-tool player in development. Well, we have seen all 5 tools from Harry Ford, and that's just been in the past 8 2/3 innings. 1 ball, 2 strikes the count. 2 runs home. 11-10, Great Britain leads. Runners lead off second and first. Hodge sets and deals, and he swung on and missed! Great Britain has won Pool A at the European Championships in 2023. They hold on to win 11-10 and defeat Italy for the very first time in history. Final score 11-10 here as the Great Britain team celebrates on the field. A huge victory for Drew Spencer, the entire coaching staff, and this young team of GB athletes who are now on a collision course with Czechia in Brno on Thursday in a sold-out contest in the quarterfinals. Second consecutive European Championship that Great Britain has reached the quarterfinals after reaching last time and facing the Netherlands. This time they'll face the host